Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, 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 everyone. On this break away from routine, I guess, is a good way of saying it. I don't know, because, it is Christmas Day for those who celebrate it. But it's also the start of a Jewish celebration as well. And there's other holidays that go on this time of year. To be honest, I don't pay much attention to religious holidays. I only know of Christmas because that's what I was brought up on, and I don't celebrate it for religious reasons. And I don't really, I guess, celebrate it much anymore. I used to really like it. So far in the sandbox, we have Soul Life, John Davis, 56 Nick Rich. Welcome. Meowie Kitty Miss. Do you know what that just reminded me of? Remember those old commercials where the songs were done in cat meows? And I think they even released like a Christmas album of cat meows that was like musical noted cat meows. Like meow 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 something like that. Hello, Mozart. Yeah. I remember those being really cute and they're really fun, but they're not something you could just listen to. It's fun, you get the joke, but then you kind of have to move on. It's not something that you can just have in the background for a nice ambiance, for whatever you're doing. And it would probably drive your cats wild. I would love to be able to show that to you, but it's probably copywritten because it's some sort of song, unfortunately. So, I don't really have anything planned today. Because, like I said, this was going to be like a more chill, relaxed live stream. It's really up to you guys in the sandbox as to what we actually get around to doing. I just have like a couple fun things that we could potentially do. But it is supposed to be more relaxed, not heavy on politics, although, it's me. We're probably going to talk about politics. And I kind of want to have you guys go on a mission and help me with something. Dun, dun, dun. What could that be? What could that be? Well, wait till there's a little bit more people in the sandbox before I do my ask for help thing. But yeah, welcome for those who want to see. This is my favorite Christmas sweater that I'm wearing right now. It works. It works on so many levels. It works. Oh, wow. We got a lot more people jumping into the sandbox. Matthew the Celt, Sasha G. Have you been in the sandbox before? Don't know, but welcome. John Martinez, Jet. Happy holidays, Jet, and thank you for all your help with, you know what. People liking the sweater, I can see. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time looking over this way, paying attention to the sandbox this live stream because, like I said, this is going to be a little bit more of an interactive live stream than normal. Okay, most of my live streams I'm pretty interactive in them, but that's pretty much going to be the bulk of this live stream. So like I said, it's going to be a lot up to you guys as to what this stream is about. Oh, and I want to show you my leggings. Let's see. How flexible am I? Okay, so I'm pretty damn flexible. But did you see it? Yes, it is Santa Claus riding a unicorn. Let's see. Yeah. Afro Phoenix, welcome. 59 Nickridge saying, I spent the morning with my older brother. Yeah, I was planning on doing this a lot earlier, but you can all blame Grand Theft Auto for me being so late. Just go off and blame them for this, because they helped me find that stupid game that I am like quite literally addicted to. That once I start, I have a really hard time stopping until I've won all the levels. And it's that card game. I've shown it to you guys before on here. And I've even played it once on here for you guys. The problem is with this card game is there's no guarantee you're going to win a level. Unfortunately, it's an older game, so not every level is winnable, so you can play it over and over and over again. And it's a solitaire card game where you just keep on clicking them. And so when I start, I usually have to finish all 18 levels, and it kind of drives me crazy if I don't. And right now I'm being driven pretty damn crazy because I sat down to start, and normally if it's a good game, like it only takes about 50-ish tries to get it done. That's what I like. And, you know, that takes about an hour. I've been at it for over 3 hours and I'm still stuck on the last level. Driving me crazy. And I was really hoping it's like, just one more time, just one more time, just more, like I'm a freaking gambling addict trying to get that stupid game done. And it's not done yet. And I've left it, it's on my laptop, on my living room computer. And it's kind of driving me crazy that it's not done. And so as soon as this live stream is over, that's what I'm going back to doing, is finishing the last goddamn level of that game. But I was hoping to start this like 2 hours before now. Because I want to say we have a hard out, because Left Past 10 is also live streaming tonight at what time would indicate is 10 o'clock. And so I don't want to trample over their holiday stream. So I want to be done by then. But like I said, I don't really have anything planned, so it's not like it's going to take a long, long time, I would imagine. Unless I get, you know, super chatty with the sandbox, then who knows? which is entirely possible. So let's just see. John Martinez, I have plans to eat a turkey sandwich, listen to Cool Cat from Queen, and think about tomorrow on this day off. And I think I read 56 Nickridge that you spent the morning with your older brother. Yeah, last night I had dinner with some close friends of mine. They made ham, and it's always good when they do the cooking, because they're amazing at cooking to begin with, and I suck at cooking. So whenever they're doing the cooking, it's good for you. John Martinez, happy whatever is celebrate. For me, this day is too consumerness and has lost all meaning to me. It's kind of lost a lot of meaning to me too, but for very different reasons. And I wasn't really... We can get into my feelings about Christmas once I get caught up on this. Jet says, no problem. Wink, wink. We know what you're helping me with. Let's see. Atticus Among Us. Save the chubby unicorn. Yes. Here comes Matthew the Kelly. Here comes Santa sloths straight down the vertical North Pole. That sounds really dirty. John Martinez, nice sweater and nice leggings and strong legs too. Yes. I can do fairly heavy weights with my legs when I was at the gym. I need to start going back to the gym. And I keep on saying that. The problem is I don't want to go to a gym when there's a lot of people there. But the time of day that usually is like early morning. I don't go to bed now until after 3 in the morning. Like, I seriously want to shift my days back. But it's like, it's not just a matter of I want to go to the gym because of, you know, societal, I should look pretty reasons. I enjoyed going to the gym. It made me feel so good. And then it got me a lot stronger, and I felt better when I was stronger, and I didn't feel as weak. And um, just how I would start my day, because back when I had a regular job, I would go to the gym before I went to work, and it was a nice, good routine, and it made me just feel good, like physically, mentally. So I desperately want to get back to doing that. I just, like I said, I really dislike going there when there's a lot of people, and it's just trying to get back into that routine. Um, so I could say, that's my New Year's resolution or something, but you should probably do something with it. Um, but yeah, I do want to. John Davis, Santa is riding a unicorn because the reindeer are on strike. Sasha G, welcome. Let's see. Soul Life, I was watching Harry Potter on USA, but it's a channel for the visually impaired or something, and there's a narrator voice over the movie, so it's different. Huh. Oh yes, I got my crispy curls in, and I've already started to play with them because I don't have anything else to focus on, because this isn't a live stream where I have to actually pay much attention to what I'm doing. Hello, Morbius Dragon. I think somebody else popped in. Whoops, it jumped. Ah, where'd it go? Oh yes. Hello, True Democratic North. Sorry if I missed somebody's name, just yell at me by typing out my name so that, you can get your name read out if that's something you feel like you're missing out on in life. Sorry. Mozart saying, I have to see my doctor because I don't get hard outs as much as I used to. You see, I saw the first part of that sentence and I was worried about reading the rest of it right after the word hard. And I'm like, that's a little bit TMI for the soundbox. Yeah, you can tell what kind of mood I'm going to be in. Hello, Alicia. John Davis, I'm going to drink some cranberry wine and eat pizza. Yeah, I haven't even had a meal yet today. Like, I had my morning breakfast bagel, morning, afternoon when I woke up. But because I was stuck on that stupid game for so long, I didn't eat. And so I just finished the bagel, but I haven't eaten anything else. Yeah, I think I said Sasha G. Hermeteorologist, hello. You're here on the phone. Work is right in the name, working out. Yeah. But I do like going to the gym and getting in a good workout. That's something I definitely want to get back into, just for my own mental health, my own physical well-being. And, I have a bad back, and they say that's something that could help, is to, build up the muscle mass and stuff. And for those who are arriving a little bit late, showing off my Christmas sweater. And I'll show off my leggings a little bit later on again, too, if, anyone wants to see how flexible I am. Now, I said I wasn't going to do anything political, but I saw this. Well, I didn't say I wouldn't do anything political. It's just this isn't a news political stream, but I saw this, and oh my God, it's so funny. And it just, again, Pierre Poilievre, the prime minister in waiting, is so phony, so fake. And it's like, when I saw this, it's like one of those reveals where you scroll down and you're like, what the hell? Like, he's just beyond belief. Fake, phony, superficial, performative. Like, there's nothing real about this man. And I'm pretty sure, I'm just going to click. Yeah, this is his official. Oh my God, he has 1.2 million followers. Oh, that's disturbing. That's like, half of Canada right there. Well, he tweeted something out on his official account because it's Christmas, so of course they do that. And let's see if you guys notice what's maybe a little bit off about this picture. So here we have Pierre Poilievre, Joyeux Noël et Merry Christmas. Are you noticing something about this picture? This is the actual picture on his Twitter account. Like he didn't. This to me is just so. First of all, who thinks winter looks like this in Canada? What is Christmassy about this? And there's pumpkins. There's pumpkins there. This is like a leftover photo from like October Thanksgiving that they just slapped Joyeux Noël and Merry Christmas on. Like I really, this is what you're going to send out as your Christmas picture on social media. And with one monster big chair, oh my god, like are they elves? Like is that the thing that makes this Christmas? Is that they're all elves in this? And it's just a really big chair that Santa would normally go and sit in for, you know, Merry Thanksgiving? But yeah, I just saw 1.2 million followers. That's a lot. That is a lot. That's kind of disturbing, but yeah. Yeah. I just really, you couldn't have just like gone outside in the snow and had like an authentic photo and sent that out. Mhm. Yeah, looks like Halloween to me. A lot of people are saying, honestly, Honey, I Shrunk the Family, says Mozart. Yeah. And yeah. It is just, yeah, that's ridiculous. Matthew DeCout, kind of late October, early November type. She's recycled material, yet couldn't be arsed for reskin. I have no idea what I just read. Don't go putting anything in my sandbox that could be like a dirty thing to say that I don't know what I'm saying. Hello, Christy Z. I never did find out. Is it Christy Z or is it Christy Z? Or does that depend on if you're in Canada or the United States? Do you guys even know what I'm talking about when I say that? You see, here in Canada, we are supposed to pronounce the letter Z as Z. Yeah. S, yeah. W, X, Y, and Z as opposed to Z. But quite often, a lot of Canadians will just say the Z because it rhymes with more things, I think. I think that's what it is. It just happens to rhyme with more things. So if you're using it for something, it's easier to do. But yeah, it is Z officially. It's how we pronounce it in Canada. But I think it's very interchangeable at this point, kind of like when we use inches to centimeters for a lot of things. Because like when it comes to paper size or height, a person's height, a lot of us still tend to use inches. But when it comes to measuring a distance between here and here, it's centimeters. So it's very interchangeable. Same with like feet and meters, like some things we'll use in feet. Again, usually like a height distance or something. But if we're looking over at a building, it's like, oh, that is 40 meters high or something, you know? So that's, yeah, it is. We do that with that system only, but most Canadians that are, you know, my age younger, we only know like degrees Celsius as opposed to degree Fahrenheit. We don't interchange those at all, unless it's body temperature. I think a lot of people still go by Fahrenheit for body temperature when you're taking your temperature. Or is it, yeah, I think we also do Celsius too for that. I don't even know what the normal body temperature is because I'm cold-blooded. Quite literally, I'm cold-blooded. Poor circulation. I'm usually a degree or two below normal. Let's see. Mozart. I saw a documentary once about a guy who shrunk his kids. Really? Sasha G. I forgot you all say Zed. Yeah. Christy Z. Christy, you named me Christy Z and it stuck. I'm cool with it. Okay, Christy Z. Zed Zeppelin, isn't it? Led Zeppelin. Don't do that to me when I'm dyslexic. Christy Zed. I like almost anything that isn't my government name. Yeah. John Martinez, the metric system makes more sense. I studied it before I visited Canada. It's accurate. It does make a hell of a lot more sense and is easier to use. Because when I was driving in the United States and I had to go by miles and I was like, didn't know where I was driving and was trying to follow a GPS that was going in and out of service. And it's like, why are you trying to make me do fractions right now? Yes, centimeters, meters, kilometers. It just, the powers of 10. It's so much easier, so much easier. It's lysecdectic. Yeah, probably. Says Atticus Among Us, or Among Us Atticus. Okay, let's see. Some other nice thing that I just kind of had just because I follow an account called James Lucas on Twitter, and basically this person just tweets out threads of a theme of a picture, and recently he did it of the most beautiful Christmas trees on Earth. Of course, when this person does it, it's very Eurocentric. So would I say the most beautiful Christmas trees on Earth? Not really. Because whenever he does things like the most beautiful town or the place you must visit, it's very what Europeans would think. Or North Americans as well. But still, they're pretty pictures. That's really all I like to do is look at the pretty pictures. So why don't we look at the pretty pictures? I actually have to shrink this down a bit so that people can get a better view of it. There we go. So this one is from Italy, has the world's largest Christmas tree, apparently, because it's on the side of a mountain. Hello, Marty. Hello, Bob. Carmo D. And this one is Rockefeller Center in New York City. Very elaborate. Gotta make sure that none of these are accidentally playing music, because I will get dinged for it. This is in Prague, in the Czech Republic. See, I just really like looking at pretty pictures from wherever and around the world, or, it is what it is. Like when I was younger, we used to drive around the town to look at everyone's display of Christmas lights. And there was always like that one street where they kind of overdid it, where it was just like their hydro bills must have been insane because it was so much lights and stuff. But yeah, like for me in Christmas, I have a very complicated relationship with Christmas. Because when I was a kid, I did not have a great family life. I know, shocking. It wasn't a good time. But for some reason, we were generally speaking able to pull off a decent Christmas. We had a routine where, Christmas Eve, we would go to my aunt's. She would make her lasagna. We would open up the one Christmas gift before Christmas Day, which was pajamas. And then in Christmas morning, we would wake up and the stockings would be full, and we would go for the stockings, and the stockings usually had a lot of walnuts, which I really like. You could just load my stocking with walnuts. And we would do that before breakfast, then have breakfast, then do the opening of gifts. And then if it was something that we could play with, like a game or a sled or something, we would then go out and do that. And generally speaking, it was a nice, calm day. And it was something we could pull off. So it was rather nice. And, I really liked Christmas. Just I like giving gifts. I like finding the right gifts for people. Usually I would have like my Christmas shopping done by the first week of December because I would start like in the summer. I would see something that made me think of someone and I would get it at that time. And it was something that I just really enjoyed doing and just seeing people smile and all that sort of stuff. But then I got a little bit older and the family drama hit a little bit more, I guess. And I started to have like literal nightmares before Christmas. And I knew that if I wanted to work on me, I couldn't have that in the background. Like I couldn't focus on both at the same time. So I literally had to cut my family out. And it's not like they missed me. So I spent a lot of Christmases by myself at a time when I didn't even really have friends either. So it was really by myself. I was really alone and isolated. So usually what I would do on Christmas Day is go out to see a movie because it just gave me something to do. And I love seeing movies in the theater. Because like a lot of people, and part of the reason why I'm doing this live stream right now is my regular programming that I would watch, or maybe the friends that I did have, they were all preoccupied. So the programming wasn't running. Everyone else I knew was spending time with like closer friends or family. So I was really alone and isolated during that time. So this is part of the reason why I feel it's important to have this live stream right now for people who are also maybe in that situation that just want to hang out with people you know and like and have a little bit of interaction. But then I got friends again and I still liked doing the gift giving thing, only then it was kind of a little bit more awkward because, being autistic, I didn't know if I was overdoing it with certain gifts. And some people, were feeling weird about it because apparently we weren't at the gift giving stage. But then I was always paranoid I would forget somebody and that somebody would feel really left out or something. And so I would always make these lists and always go overboard and stuff. But there was still something about Christmas I loved. So even when I was spending it by myself, I had my little decorations. I had those little porcelain ornaments and stocking hangers you could get at the art store that I had painted really nicely. I would always put out the decorations, listen to Christmas music, watch some of my favorite Christmas movies on Christmas Day and stuff. But there was something about the vibe of it that I still really appreciated and like the whole, I guess you could say it was like a hopeful time of year. Like you would try to get, you would feeling that maybe things could turn around, that things could get better. That it was a time of togetherness, even though I was alone, which I know it's contradictory, but I still kind of felt it. And so I still really appreciated the holiday for that sake. Like it's just a time to have, to be able, where everyone kind of goes on cue with the certain Christmas themes and stuff of that sort. And I even like going around the malls and seeing all the Christmas decorations and stuff, but then it was just, it was getting awkward. I didn't know who I should be giving gifts to and who I shouldn't and how much. And then, and when I had a job, it wasn't so bad and I could usually find something that people liked, and I kind of reconnected with some of my family. But then Christmas became something super, super special to me. And that is when I had connected with my grandmother. So she was living in a long-term care home and I had started to go see her. And at first it was just kind of like I felt like it was an obligation because really my mom and I were the only ones that lived close enough to see her on a regular basis. And my mom and her had a lot of baggage, but my mom still tried her best to kind of, do what she could. But like I understand it, my grandmother was quite abusive. She also had a very abusive mother. That's how it goes. But her and I, we really connected and bonded. And she's like the only family member that I've actually felt that connection with. And so I would go to the long-term care home and spend Christmas with her. And I would wear silly sweaters, have my hair up in a silly way and stuff. I'd bring my book of carols and I would sing her Christmas carols. And the last Christmas that we were able to spend together, I actually brought in my laptop and we had the little room that you could go to be by yourself type thing. And we watched Mickey's Christmas Carol together and spent that time, and I would bring her like a different meal, a nice meal and stuff like that. And, you know, like when I first started to see her, it felt like I should, but then I really started to look forward to spending time with her and just being with her and learning a little bit more about who I am through her. And, just listening to her stories. She had a dream of having a goat farm, which I know a lot of people might be like, that's weird, but it was a way to keep her brain occupied. And goats are very intelligent creatures and stuff. And so she would daydream basically about leaving the nursing home and having a goat farm that she could go to and have little silly names for the goats and stuff like that. And she had them all wearing hats. So one year for Christmas, I had put together a poster board of pictures I had printed off the internet of goats with hats for her to have in her room. And she ended up like naming all of them and stuff. And it was, just a way that we could spend that precious time together. I actually have some pictures nearby that I can show you. Yeah. I got most of my Christmas decorations are still in storage, and I'll get to that part of Christmas, but here we go. Oops. Yeah. And I have one in a special frame. Ooh. So there's this special frame one too. And then one year they had a photographer come in, so we, it's not focusing. There we go. I had on my silly Christmas apron with the little silly hats and stuff, and she really loved that sort of thing. And we would sing, like I would sing her the Christmas carols and whatnot. There she is. Drinking her root beer. She loved root beer. And so it was just like a special time that her and I could spend together because, the rest of the family wasn't spending time with her much regularly. And then even they would all meet at the home a little bit before Christmas or something. And while they were there, it's kind of like we would be sitting in an area and my grandmother was just there and they were all just talking to each other and they weren't really paying attention to her or anything. So we became really close in the last few years of her life. And, so that was like, that made Christmas mean something to me, like really mean something to me. And I still have my little Christmas tree and the decorations that I would put up. And I loved putting up the decorations and making my place look pretty and the scented, like the apple cinnamon scents and the pine and all that sort of stuff and the little oils and whatnot and decorations I've had since, for years and years and years. And luckily at that point, the cats didn't care about the little tiny tree I had. So I could put up the Christmas decorations and nothing would happen. And, I would put the gifts under the tree that I wrapped, ones that I had planned for my friends, but then also, when you're at a workplace, you tend to get gifts as well. And I would keep all the gifts given to me and open them on Christmas Day by myself, which might sound weird or lonely, but I actually kind of prefer it because I'm one of these people where I have a hard time opening gifts in front of the people who gave it to me because I don't know what kind of reaction that they're expecting or hoping. Well, I know they're hoping for like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. I can't believe you got this for me. It's like, this is, me. So like, they're kind of hoping for that reaction, but I tend to react a little bit too honestly sometimes. And so it feels like it's a lot of pressure on me to have a certain reaction. So I actually just really like, here were the gifts that people gave me and opening them on my own without that pressure of like, how am I supposed to express this in front of them. And then I would thank them afterwards and stuff. But for me, like the gifts where it's like, you could tell they put actual thought into it are the ones that I like. Because it's not just about getting stuff. It's not just about, giving gifts for the sake of you're supposed to that time of year. Like for me, when I got gifts for people, it's because I really thought it was something they would like or appreciate or something that they would use practically. And when it got to the point though, with a lot of people that you would get them stuff and it didn't mean anything to them because They didn't need it. They didn't have, like, even though I thought it was something they would want, but we've just become so consumerism, so materialistic that, for a lot of people, if they wanted something that I could afford to give them, they already had it or they had the means to get it themselves. And I found even when I tried to do like handmade gifts or something like that, they just weren't valued. And especially with my nibblings, like you get them something and it gets broken or thrown away, and there's not the same appreciation for a gift, I feel, as when I was a kid. Because when I was a kid, there was fewer, they were better quality, and so you weren't, loaded up with them per se. But now toys are just so cheap and abundant, and it's like trying to find something, like, unless they have a very specific hobby or something, it's hard to find them something that they would actually really appreciate. And since I'm on limited means when it comes to income, I don't want to get them something that they won't actually value when it's just something that they could get on their own or somebody else would be giving them anyway. Like something that they wouldn't even think of come a week from now type thing. And, when I have very limited means, that's the thing. And so when I give a gift to someone, I want it to be something meaningful. And those are the gifts that I like the most. But, then things became more difficult and I was forced to move from my home. And the Christmas after that, I didn't even put up any decorations or anything because I just really, really lost that spirit. The feelings that I used to have just wasn't there anymore, especially being really, really broke at that point. Because, I used to try so much, like even with my cousins and stuff. And part of the reason why I'm estranged from my cousins now is every year for Christmas, even when I was dirt broke, before I had really come out of my shell or anything, I really wanted a connection with my family, like after I kind of separated myself from them, when I wanted to reconnect with them. Every year for Christmas, I would try to get them something I thought they would like. And in the Christmas card, I would say, I want to get to know you. Here's my email. Here's my phone number. Let's connect. But the reason why I'm estranged from most of my family is I've been in literally hundreds of improv shows. I've been in dozens of little theater productions. I do dinner theater, put on plenty of those shows. Not once has a single one of my family members come to see me, except for my uncle, who is from Saskatchewan, who made the time to actually see a show when he was in town. But other than that, I had no one. And I just kind of gave up on it. And at first it was a bit more hard, but now I'm over it. Like I just don't feel it anymore. But yeah, now it's more, I don't have money to really give gifts to people. I can't put up decorations even if I had them right now because my 2 new babies would destroy them. Like they would just get into everything. It would be ridiculous, the amount of destruction that they would do. Not to mention they're all in storage at my mom's place, so I'd have to travel fairly distance to get it, to put it up. But then the cats would just eat it. Like they would just destroy everything, and the amount of things that they have already broken. And so some of the stuff I have in storage, I don't exactly want them to break. And they would kind of destroy everything. So I don't really feel Christmas anymore, which like to me is kind of sad because I really did like that time of year. But, things might change in the future. Who knows? But, it's a good Christmas when I get to actually sit down and spend time with all of you wonderful people. Having this connection, being in a group of people where I know, the sandbox, we're all very supportive of each other here. And a lot of us have a lot in common, can understand, can resonate with these feelings. And so I can it's good to be able to spend this time. And I feel good knowing that I can be that hub, that I can at least give the gift of giving you guys a live stream, which sounds so egocentric, but it's not, because it's like, I know the vast majority of you don't do live streams yourself, but you appreciate going into the chat and communicating, and you recognize a lot of other people in the sandbox and stuff, and you can have that connection, and you can be, maybe not physically around people, but you're around people who care about you. Because if you're in the sandbox, if you're watching right now, I can tell you for an absolute certainty, there are people who care about you. They're in the sandbox, they're sitting right here. You know, there's a wide community of people who care about you. And so I feel very, I guess, privileged that I'm in a position where I can be here and provide that sort of support for some of you who maybe don't have anything else this year, that don't have friends or families to be with, that can't afford to do anything fun or fancy. I really feel privileged to be able to at least give this little bit of time for people. So, you know, but I am hoping for the day someday where I can just be able to bring out my decorations again and get back into that feeling. I kind of miss the Christmas spirit as I used to have, but it was never for religious reasons, obviously. But yeah, it'd be nice to get back to that at some point. So, just did a whole bunch of rambling, and I didn't know what I was going to be talking about today. So that's my history with Christmas, I guess. So, speaking of the sandbox, why don't I get back to it a little bit? I'm also worried I'm getting sick. I was around a couple people recently who were getting over colds, and I'm like, could you have warned me before I hung out with you? Because I'm not immunocompromised as far as I know, but I'm very susceptible to getting a cold from anyone. Like, I catch the bugs so easily, and I woke up this morning with a little bit of a scratch in my throat. So I'm hoping it was just dry. Because when I first get sick, the first few days are just sheer hell for me. So I'm hoping I didn't catch a bug. So, checking the sandbox. I'll have to get caught up to what everyone is saying. And I loved like the Christmas foods and Christmas chocolates. There was always like certain Christmas chocolates that I had to get myself every year. Like the ones that are shaped like little seashells, hazelnut chocolates that are shaped like seashells. I really love those. The square icy chocolates and stuff. All of that. And I used to like candy canes, and quite often for people, I would make my oatmeal peanut butter chocolate chip cookies. So really, it was just this store-bought oatmeal, just add water recipe. Quaker, I think it is, where it's just add water to it, put them in the oven for 10 minutes, and you have oatmeal cookies. But then I would add the chocolate chips and add a whole bunch of peanut butter to them, and made it so good. And I would put a dash of cinnamon on top of them. So good, so good. And I liked making that for people too. And sometimes for Christmas, that's what I would do for people. That was a gift people actually appreciated. Let's see. So welcome to everyone who has maybe jumped into the sandbox since I last checked in. We have, let's see. Yeah, I'm seeing all these names. I'm not seeing any new names, but I'm seeing people a lot active. Let's see. Hermeteorologists have to stand way back to see the lights. Huh? John Martinez at Christy Z. Yes, it's 100% true. It's a giant potato, and all my state makes news for it because it's extremely popular. Look up Idaho potato drop, and you'll get lots of results. It's a free and charitable all ages New Year's Eve event to support local arts and stuff. Let's see. There we go. It's like fireworks with random potatoes throwing in there. Can I make this bigger? Oops, I'll just make this bigger. It doesn't really make the pictures bigger, but Okay, this picture is really disturbing. That just looks so wrong on so many levels. A little potato with wings? Okay. Mozart, one year my parents canceled Christmas on the day. Presents gone because my brother and I didn't want to watch Jesus of Nazareth before opening gifts. Later we got it back though. That was poorly thought. Yeah, I always feel like I guess part of the reason why I was alone on Christmas was because I wouldn't put up with all that family drama. And I don't get the family drama. Like, I know Christmas can be a bad time for a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. And part of it is they just can't get along with family. But it's like when I hear about the pettiness of the holidays or stuff or things that people argue about, it doesn't make sense to me that these are real issues. You know, like, oh, you didn't bring the right dessert, you overcooked something, or it's like, this isn't what I asked you to get my child. Or you're bringing your new partner, but your new partner, we don't know your new partner yet, and this is too much, or blah blah blah. Like, it's just there's so much drama that goes in with families that I don't understand at all. Because even when I was involved with my families, it just didn't, it doesn't make sense. And now, of course, with politics thrown into the mix. Hello, Pendulous Dragon. Hello, Adrian Vixen. You can see my sweater. And yeah, I'll show off my leggings again. Santa riding a unicorn. Yeah, I'm just showing off my leggings. I'm not showing off how flexible I still am. Let's see. Alicia, Amazing Atheist, put out a video that I totally agree with. Christmas is fake as fuck, but it's there to distract from the horrible winter months. Maybe. You know, like the thing is that I like these holidays that are supposed to bring community because, you know, we lack a lot of community just in general these days, especially with the internet and people online more than meeting people in person. And so to have events that, you know, a large chunk of the population kind of recognize, where it's supposed to help bring people together. So maybe not with your family, but with your community and volunteering and helping out and being social and connecting. And because a lot of people do volunteer this time of year, they help people who are less fortunate with things. Like, I find these sorts of community events healthy for society, healthy for people, healthy for relationships to get out there and, you know, be part of something. And so kind of seeing it go away a bit too is a bit disappointing, but you know, to me it's like you always just you make the holidays what they mean to you. So I recognize most of the Christian calendar holidays, but I don't celebrate them for any religious reason. I just kind of made them my own thing. Adrian Vixen, Sandy is such an inspiration. Why, thank you. Let's see. Matthew the Celt, my gram was the only one who treated me nice and left a love in my city till Dad, her executor, removed me from the visitor's log. Executor. Okay, that was pretty dark for a second. But like one of the best gifts I ever got someone was my grandmother. Let's see. I think I have it on my phone. And so I was telling people earlier about, you know, her love of goats. And I was at a convention and they had a booth there of stuffed animals. Let's see. I believe I have it on here. There we go. And I found a stuffed goat. Unfortunately, I thought to get my phone out as soon as she held it. Yeah, that's a bit of a glare from the screen there. Will it focus? It's not going to focus, are you? I think you get the picture. And she would carry that goat around with her all the time, named the goat Elvira. And so after she passed away, I have it still. And I keep it close with me, and I have a little pet tag on it with the name Elvira etched into it and stuff. And so it became something that I could remember her by. Let's see. I don't know if I have one on my computer of that. I don't think I have it on this computer of that picture. Let's see. Maybe would it be in here if I have it? Just checking to see if I have it on here. I don't think I do. I have it on my other computer and I have it on my phone. It doesn't look like I have it on this computer. Let's see. People liking the photos of my grandmother. So Life. Oh, a gift card for a store I haven't shopped at in years. Awesome. Like, I don't mind gift cards for stores that I go to, but like that's the thing that would always get me sometimes about some of the gifts I would get from people, and it's like, did you put any thought into this? Because it would be so random or something that I just totally would not use, or like it was a gift card to a store that I'm like, it's not something I ever go to. And the thing is that I'm super easy to get a gift for. Like, there's lots of collections I have, there's lots of quirky things I like, art supplies, like so many stores where I would love to have a gift card for to get the more pricey, expensive things that I would like that I can't afford on my own. Like, there's just so much, and yet still I would get this thing from somebody where it's like, huh, yeah, okay. Let's see, I'm going to try to scooch down to the bottom. Let's see. Hello, Bee Cat. Once my boyfriend took me to Detroit for Thanksgiving, and he didn't tell me until we were in the Upper Ohio that he didn't tell them I was coming. Oh. Fortunately, his family was lovely, but I broke up with him after we got back home. Yeah. Hello, Carmen. Benoit? And the thing is I know some of you have already like corrected me on how you say your names, but I'm still like, whatever. I still don't know. Let's see. How about I show you a Canada treasure that a lot of people don't know about. Canadian treasure, I suppose you could say. I say that as I'm thinking, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's Canadian. Yeah. He got really popular on social media for just joyfully dancing. I'm not going to show, oh, I guess I do have to, there we go. No. If I say watch again, then let's see, there we go. Then it would have the music on. I can't have the music on. But he got really popular from just joyfully dancing in different Canadian kind of backgrounds and stuff. It was just fun. And his name is Gurdeep Pander of the Yukon. And then he would get like a whole bunch of groups of people dancing like this too, and just having fun in the different Canadian environments, just joyfully dancing and bringing happiness to people. But yeah, it's just fun. Let's see, people are daring people for stuff. Let's see, yeah. Jet always wanted to learn to dance. Looks like fun. Yeah. It'd be good exercise too. That type of dancing where you're just basically jumping with the different moves in it. Oh, that would be a workout. But how about a little bit of another Canadian treasure, as far as I'm concerned. He's a Canadian treasure. Ryan George. He does some skits that I really like. And this is a holiday sketch compilation. Let's see. He does those things. And so I've shown his videos on here before, and I haven't gotten in trouble for it, so I'm pretty sure they're safe to show. Let's see. Well, we can just start at this one.
This compilation is sponsored by Opera. Thanks for sponsoring, Opera. Okay, so we have, but the fire is so delightful, and since we've no place to go, I will allow it to snow. Proceed with the snowing now. We're not quite there, but definitely something about permission. What about let it snow? Let it snow. There it is. Great suggestion. Thank you. Okay, so let's take a break from that song for a minute. Let's go back to that Winter Wonderland song we were working on. Sure. So what's some relatable stuff you do in the winter? You listen to sleigh bells. Sleigh bells ring. Are you listening? Love it. You build a snowman. You build a snowman. You do that. That's good. That's good. Maybe in a meadow. In the meadow, we can build a snowman. I love that. Absolutely. Yeah, we are on a roll, guys. Yeah. Then you pretend he's Parson Brown. What? What was that? The snowman, right? You pretend he's Parson Brown. Who is that? Yeah, who's Parson Brown? Just Parson Brown. Parson Brown. Is this someone you know personally? Yeah, this is supposed to be relatable. We can't include lyrics about some guy you know. No, Parson Brown's not a real person. It's like a generic name. Oh, okay. Of a priest in the Church of England. What? Yeah, this guy's like an Anglican or Protestant minister. Guy doesn't exist though. He's made up. So you pretend like the snowman is a non-existent minister? You pretend like the snowman's a non-existent minister. That's right. Nobody's ever done that with a snowman. Okay, do we have any other ideas on the table maybe? Maybe something more relatable, maybe something about decorating the snowman. Then the priest starts asking you and your girlfriend some questions. Okay. What are you talking about? Parson Brown, he starts asking about your love life. How serious is it? Stuff like that. This isn't a thing. He says, are you married? You say, no, man. You tell this guy no, and this is something that all couples do with snowmen. When people build a snowman, it usually just ends with them being like, hey, look at the snowman we built. Yeah, and then they go home or something. Imaginary religious leaders rarely come into play, if ever. I'm just trying to make this song relatable to everybody. It's not, I feel like this is the opposite of that. And after you tell the priest you're not married, you tell him he can do the job when he's in town. That'll be the next lyric. So you're pretending the snowman is a priest named Parson Brown who's not even physically there? Yeah, what do you mean when he's in town? You said you're pretending the snowman is Parson Brown. Later in the song, we could pretend the snowman's a clown. A clown. From the circus. We could pretend he's a circus clown. What circus? That has nothing to do with Christmas. Listen, fellas, we can always run these ideas by my father, see what he thinks. Okay. You're lucky your dad's the CEO of this vague company that writes all Christmas music for some reason. Yeah, what is our business model? I think people are gonna like it. Yeah, well, we'll see about that. Okay, let's shift our focus to a different song. Let's try to do something relatable this time. Okay, so how about a song where a woman really wants to leave a man's house, but he's not letting her? Yeah, that sounds great to me. I see nothing wrong with that.
Let's see. Let's see. First guy to ever build a snowman. How about that one?
Hi there, hello, thanks for meeting me out here. Yeah, sure, I mean, can we go inside? Maybe it's really cold out here. No, we can't, that's not even possible. It is possible, though, it is. Not for this new activity I invented, it's not. What are you talking about? So here's the idea, right? You and me, we're gonna make a person together. Oh, that's not, you and I can't do that together. Sure we can, we're gonna make a person out of snow. That's not how people are made, it's a much weirder and grosser process than that. This person I'm talking about wouldn't be alive necessarily, they'd be made of snow. I mean, check it out, I actually made one already, right over there. Oh my God. Yeah, that's a man I made. That's not what people look like. Yeah, that's what people look like, I decided. That thing is barely anthropomorphic. What is the activity you're suggesting here? Okay, so what you do is you roll up 3 big balls of snow, right? Isn't snow kind of powdery? Sometimes, yeah, so you gotta wait for the snow to be a little wet, right? You need perfect conditions or this will not work. Okay, already really limiting when this activity can be performed. Hey, what are you guys doing? Now this guy wants to make a person with me, so when it's wet and sticky, that's when we roll our balls together? Exactly. Okay, I'm gonna leave. Can I just ask, why does this supposed human have 3 round insect-like body sections? I don't understand the question. What is it, like an ant? No, if anything, it would be an uncle, I think. It's a snowman. That's not... Well, we don't need to get too deep in its personal history and backstory. It's just a normal guy. I promise that's not what a normal guy looks like. So once you've stacked these 3 balls, it's time to shove some eyes into its face. Oh my, what are those anyway? Those are made of coal. Coal? Yeah, you use coal so the eyes are jet black, just like human eyes. Okay, I feel like your perception of people is a little screwy. Can you see me right now? Yes. Do you think I look like that thing? Well, no. Okay, good. I haven't even put the nose on yet. Oh, you think that's what's missing? Okay. And I've got the perfect thing for us to put as a nose. What is it? The pointiest vegetable there is. Weird way to categorize vegetables. Yeah, you put a carrot as the nose. You know, that works with the bright orange sharp noses that people have. You need to see a psychiatrist maybe, or maybe an exorcist. Maybe. Now we gotta put your clothes on it. What? Just a hat and a scarf would be okay. You need to sacrifice those to this process and just kind of leave them out there, please. That seems wasteful, and also, no. Well, you gotta do it, or else we're gonna have a naked man standing over there. That's not a man. Give him your winter gear and leave it outside with him. No. Why not? That thing will still be naked even with a hat and a scarf. No, he won't. If I walk into a room wearing just a hat and a scarf, people won't be like, hey, look at that fully clothed man, you know? Well, that's why we also shove some buttons onto him. Is that what those are? Directly into his thorax. Oh my God. And claw-like sticks for arms, a twig for an unmoving smile. Jeez. Or more coal. Where are you getting all this coal? And then we leave him out here, and day by day, as the sun beats down on him, he'll melt. And as he melts, his face will distort into horrifying expressions, and we'll watch as he dies, and he won't bother me anymore. What are you talking about? Okay, full disclosure. Please. He told me if I gave him a physical form, he'd leave me alone and stop visiting me at night. What are you? Who? My sleep paralysis demon. Oh, okay, that's why it looks... Okay, that makes sense. Please help me kill it.
I love Ryan George. He is a Canadian treasure. So yes, he is Canadian. I believe he lives in Montreal, and he recently just had a baby. But he's also done pitch meetings, which we'll get to a couple of those as well. But he's just so funny, and something I like about him too is his humor is very progressive. Like he would make commentary about COVID or about society and stuff, and it's very, very left-leaning humor, which of course I appreciate. And like he's even done some things about, you know, capitalism and whatnot, and just an absolute Canadian treasure. And I've seen all of his videos, so it's, yeah. Let's see. How is Santa still alive? Oh, right, that's a good one. Let's watch how is Santa still alive?
Okay, so next on the list, it seems like Prancer has a pretty serious UTI at the moment.
Right, okay. Can one of you, get in there and check that out?
Get in there? Oh, God.
What else is on the agenda today?
Well, we still need to figure out how to make more PS5s.
Oh, yeah, no real rush on that.
There's kind of a rush.
Now, what about,
Santa, you good? Santa? Did he just die? I mean, that was a heart attack, right? Like Santa just died? I think so, yeah. Okay, so who had heart attack as cause of death? I had heart attack, I did. I was way off. I had blunt force trauma. Oh, you really went for it. I had choking. Okay, that's 200 lollipops each to Snowflake. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Santa, you're alive. Thank goodness.
did I just hear you guys betting on how I was going to die?
What?
The Santa Deadpool.
No, that's what? We would never know.
No, I heard you. Tinsel said he thought I was gonna die from blunt force trauma. What the hell, Tinsel?
I did say that, yeah. I can't deny that I just said that.
What is wrong with you elves?
Okay, you know what? Fine, Santa, you got us. And if we could be quite frank, we are shocked that you are still somehow alive. Yeah, you know what? This is an intervention.
No, you can't decide to turn an ongoing conversation into an intervention, I don't think.
Well, that's what we're doing. Because you know what, Santa? You gotta reconsider some of your lifestyle choices.
What are you talking about?
The cookies, Santa.
What about them?
At every house. You have cookies at every house around the world while you're giving out presents.
No, not every house. Not houses of, different religious beliefs or lower income.
Yeah, that's problematic in a whole other way, and we should talk about that sometime. But Santa, do you know how many...
See, he just kind of slips in sometimes those little, social commentary things with his humor that I absolutely love. And I'm just pausing it a little bit here and there, so that I can do that thing with YouTube videos so that I don't get in as much trouble when you, I can't think of the name. Transform the material. Huh? See, that's what I'm doing. And I'm transforming the material to say that Ryan George is freaking amazing. And I have his collector's posters because the thing is that he would release these collector's posters and all the proceeds would go to different charities. And sometimes in his videos, he would use like a makeup charity or something, but then it actually led to an actual donate to a real charity stuff. Like he's just a really, really cool guy.
Many calories you're eating in one night?
No, I mean, they don't leave me cookies in the boxes. I don't see the nutritional info.
Right, well, we did the math, and it is billions of calories.
Yeah, but I'm compensating by lifting presents and stuff. I'm burning the energy.
Okay, no, to burn that much in one night, you'd have to, I don't know, be the sun?
Well, I'm hot, baby.
Well, what about the milk? The milk, yeah.
I need to wash down the cookies.
A glass of milk at every house. There's an internet challenge where people try to drink 1 gallon of milk without barfing. How are you drinking so much milk and going about your night? Yeah, it's a miracle you're not vomiting, let alone constantly urinating.
Okay, you know what? Who said I'm not constantly urinating?
Oh!
Look, I like cow boob juice. Is that a crime?
It's not a crime, no. It's just deeply troubling.
Okay, so I don't have the best food habits, all right? That doesn't mean I'm gonna drop dead.
It's not just the food, Santa.
What else?
Well, for one, you're breaking and entering into people's homes all night, and a lot of those homes are in the U.S.
So?
So how have you not been shot yet?
That is a good point. That might be an actual Christmas miracle now that you mention it.
Also, just constantly flying thousands of feet in the air all over the planet. Air defense systems are getting better and better around the world. Statistically, you will get shot down sooner or later.
Well...
So let's say Mike from the Humanist Reports claims you have to praise within every 10 seconds to be commentary. No idea if you got that number from. I don't know. So let's just say I love Ryan George. He is a Canadian treasure.
Or just crash. You're going hundreds of miles per hour controlling large animals with like 2 little ropes. You've been a senior citizen for decades. We live in the coldest place on the planet. It doesn't just seem inevitable. It seems imminent.
Look, live fast, die old. I say that constantly, and I thought you guys loved that about me. Now I find out you have a frickin' death pool going on.
Santa.
No, you know what? I thought we were close, and what can I say? You really broke this old man's heart.
Santa, we're sorry.
No, it does. It breaks my heart. It breaks...
Santa? Santa? Wow. All right, who had broken heart? That was my backup, actually. I had blunt force trauma and then broken heart. So that's 100 lollipops each to tinsel.
I'm not dead yet.
Ah, dang it.
Yeah, so I got, he released 3 collector's posters that I have, which is just like, it shows like compilations of his different videos in the theme and stuff. And all the proceeds went to charity. And then one year I got a double poster because one year I ordered it and they sent me the poster from the previous year. So I'm like, you gave me the wrong poster. And so they sent me the new poster for free. So I have 2 posters from one year. But like, I'm a huge fan of him, his humor. He is just like so sharp and stuff. Let's see. We can get into maybe some of the When a Dog Sees a Christmas Tree. That one's cute too. I don't know where all these dancing
Deck
things
the halls with thing. I gotta look up those lyrics.
Hey!
Oh, hey there, bud. You woke up from your nap?
I did. Thank you so much. This is the best surprise to wake up to.
Right.
I love the ones where he is playing animals. There's one where it's like, what are the animals staring at when they're looking at nothing, and it's the ghost or something, and it's a good sketch. I recommend you watch all of his sketches. The channel is Ryan George. He also has a new channel. I forget what it's called. I'm also subscribed to it for longer form, more experimental, less like this, but more different types of videos, which I also enjoy. It's not the same level of humor, but it's still pretty funny.
Okay, now I see what this looks like, but this isn't actually for you.
What are you talking about?
This is not a thing for you.
That's not a stick?
Well,
You're telling me that is not a large piece of wood?
it is technically, yeah, sure.
Every time we go outside, we find one of those and play with it together.
We do, but this is like a special one. This is like a full tree.
Oh.
There you go.
So this is for me to pee on?
No.
We're doing like an indoor bathroom kind of thing here.
Please don't pee on this.
I'm gonna pee on that probably. Just looking at it makes me want to pee.
Don't do it. No.
But I'm always peeing on trees outside, and when I do, you say I'm a good boy, correct?
That's true.
And now you bring this inside and you say do not urinate on this?
Correct.
Do you not see how insane that sounds?
Look, I get why you're confused. I do.
I'm not confused. You're confused, sending mixed signals all over the place.
Okay.
Like if I put a human toilet bowl outside and told you not to poop in it, you would think I was crazy.
Well, see, that's an important difference between you and I. If I saw a rogue toilet bowl on a sidewalk, I wouldn't drop my pants and use it.
Yeah, you would.
I wouldn't.
You would. Now you're just lying.
I'm not.
So this is a stick I can't chew on and a tree I can't pee on.
That's right.
Okay, man.
You understand?
Yeah, I guess. Whatever. It's fine.
Okay, good.
Yeah. You know, I do at least appreciate those new toys you're putting out for me.
Oh, well, no.
Those are really nice. You gonna throw that bad boy or what?
No, these aren't for playing.
The thing in your hand. What is that?
It's a, yeah. So this is a
Yeah, I don't know how people with dogs can have Christmas trees. Like the only reason why I could have the little Christmas tree and the ornaments and stuff that I had out was because my cats were too lazy to want to play with them at the time. But like I said, with my current cats, there's no way I'd be able to have out any Christmas decorations without them destroying it. Especially the one, like the pom-pom at the end of the Santa hat, he would destroy. Because there's something about pom-poms that makes him go insane. And he will just try to rip them apart and stuff like that. Like he goes absolutely feral on pom-poms. So I wouldn't be able to do that.
ball.
And you're saying I can't play with that.
Exactly, yeah.
Let me pose this to you. Other than a stick, what is my toy of choice at the park?
A ball.
And again, what is in your hand?
A ball.
Are you not hearing yourself?
I do see where you're coming from.
Why are you torturing me?
Here's the thing though, these balls and this tree, these are all because this religious figure was born like over 2,000 years ago.
Did he hate dogs or something?
No, it's just this is what we do at his birthday every year.
That doesn't make any sense.
You know, it doesn't really when you think about it, but it's something we do every year. We put gifts under this thing.
For this religious figure's birthday, is he still alive?
No, he's not.
Then who are the gifts for?
Each other, you know, other humans.
You're crazy, man, and I gotta say, it's pretty two-faced to call me a good boy multiple times a day and then treat me like this.
Look, you are a good boy, okay? This is just a human thing, okay? We'll go outside later and we'll play with legal balls and sticks and you can pee on a tree out there.
Fine.
Okay, good boy. Hey, how'd you get that so fast?
I don't know.
Why does it smell like pee?
'Cause I'm fast, baby.
Yeah, I love Brian George so much. Uh, we might watch a couple of the pitch meetings too, because he started doing these things called pitch meetings for Screen Rant, and then pitch meetings got its own channel, and it's doing quite well. And it's humor similar to that, like that, only he's pitching the idea of a movie to the studio producer and stuff. I love his content so much, and he has like a ton of videos. I've seen most of them, not all of them, because like when he first started, the videos were really bad and not like this. So they weren't like the back and forth and stuff. They were just kind of random shit that he put up until he found his groove. But there's even like older videos of like the first person to ever have a cat, or somebody given 3 wishes and what they would wish for and stuff. And he's just like super sharp and bright and stuff. Like I absolutely love him. So let's see. John Martinez saying this is funny. Mozart with laughing emojis. Uh, 56 Nick Rich. I enjoy building snowmans. Yeah. Back where I used to live, there was one place that I would go walking by sometimes, and they did like snow sculptures of like Spock, like the face of Spock, and a couple of other like the Star Trek characters and stuff. I love living in a nerdy neighborhood. I really do. Yeah. Soul Life. I could sense the Canadian, but I couldn't put my finger on it. There is something very Canadian about him. And in some of his videos, he'll use French for whatever reason. And he's very fluent in it, so he's bilingual. And so it's funny when he adds that little bit of context to it and stuff. And sometimes for the pitch meetings in particular, he's had like actual celebrities from, not a lot, but on the very rare occasion, like a celebrity from one of these movies. He's done a crossover with Honest Trailers as well. But it's good if you just want to binge watch something funny and not think too deep. But like I said, he also has a lot of like social commentary in some of his videos that's very progressive. So, it's humor that you can really appreciate on multiple levels. Let's see. BCat, Santa adopting Amazon tactics, peeing in bottles while delivering presents. Yeah, that just made me think of I watched 2 new Christmas movies that came out this year, and both of them are like, because I have the ability to access a streaming service thanks to a friend. So it was Red One and Dear Satan. And they were, I was actually watching Dear Satan while I was trying to finish that goddamn game of mine that took me so long that I'm still not done, and it's driving me crazy. For those of you who weren't here at the beginning, part of the reason why the stream started so late was there was a game I was trying to finish that I get addicted to, like in an OCD, very, very compulsive way, that's still not done. And I was watching Dear Satan with it, and it's like, eh. The ending, I didn't like the ending at all. I don't want to give spoilers, but Red One apparently, so that has The Rock in it, Dwayne Johnston, and apparently he added like $60 million onto the budget of this movie that ended up costing like $250 million to make, and it was not worth it. Like, it was an okay watch, but he added that much onto it because he would often arrive sometimes like 8 hours late to the set, if at all. So all those delays started adding up, and apparently he did pee in bottles as well while on set. It's just like, oh, these celebrities that you see on TV are nothing what you think they're like, usually. Let's see. Let's see. I jumped. Where were we? Where was I? 56 nits, Rich. I'm not dead yet. People talking about Betty Boop. Yeah, I got a cartoon collection from Walmart of the old cartoons because I was kind of curious, like I knew they'd be bad for reasons, but I was kind of curious to see like where the culture was way back when of these old cartoons, like old Superman and Betty Boop and stuff of that sort. But when you watch them today, it's like, wow. Because sometimes it's like, it's odd because in some areas they were actually fairly progressive for their time, but then in other areas you're like, wow, so bad, so bad. Like with Superman, the old Superman cartoon, like with it, yeah, Superman had to constantly rescue Lois Lane. But that's because she was always being bold and putting herself in trouble, like sneaking onto the evil robot or something to go to the base to crack the story. So she was actually being super bold. And in one episode, the train gets taken over and she manages to get to the front train. And instead of just being all helpless and stuff, like she ends up just picking up the Uzi and fighting back and stuff too. So her character was actually fairly progressive for that time. But then all of a sudden you see the episodes where Superman is in Japan and you're like, oh, wow, that is bad. It's so bad. And then with the Betty Boop cartoons, like, you know, you're looking at them like, okay, yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. But kind of what you would expect for that time period. But then there was like a Christmas one of Betty Boop where it's like the kids from all around the world sneak into Santa's sack and then try to go back to the North Pole to help him out. And you can see people in like traditional costumes from around the world. So you could see them there, like in this odd attempt of being more worldly or something, showing stereotypes of these different cultures and stuff. And again, like for the time period, I could see what they were getting at. And it'd be cute and stuff like that. So, you know, Betty Boop for the most part was what I expected until I got to the episode where she goes to an Indian reservation at the time. And you're looking at that like, oh my God. Like just, wow, it was so fucking racist. Like you see, like you knew they got away with this stuff, but you're looking at this like, how on earth, even back then, did they get away with this? Like it was really, really bad. But watching these old cartoons, it is really the culture shock. Jet, our dog was never a problem with the Christmas tree. It was keeping the cats out of the tree, water bowls, and that was the problem. Yeah, one of the things I had to give up, even because at one point I did have younger cats and there was some problems with them in the Christmas tree. But the thing that I definitely had to give up was the tinsel. And I used to love tinsel. I would just like drape the entire tree in tinsel because when it came to family time and Christmas and stuff, I was the primary tree decorator. Shocking, it would be me because I liked it. John Martinez, our cats never bothered our tree. Yeah. So way back when I was a teenager, the cats that I had then were young and they would sometimes get into it. But you know, when I was on my own, living on my own and stuff, the cats that I had were a little bit older and they wouldn't really do anything to the tree, maybe occasionally knock it over, but you know, they wouldn't like move the balls around or anything. But the two cats that I have right now, they would destroy it, like absolutely go crazy over it, destroy it. Like I can't bring anything new into this house without them like I need to investigate every inch of it. And if there is something I can play or chew on, I will. It's just, they're pretty curious about everything and would totally destroy any Christmas decoration I put up. Like just, like I said, I don't have the bulk of my Christmas decorations, just a couple small gift bags of stuff that I have. And as soon as I bring them out from the closet, they're in there like, I need to know what this is. And then it's like, is it edible? They're trying to figure that out as they're chewing on it. Let's see. Oh, did Auntie K? Yep, Auntie K showed up. Welcome. Auntie K's Tara, working and watching between work calls. I celebrate solstice, but everyone is busy today. Last night found today's special Retunitario TV showing Xmas specials. Right now on YouTube, apparently, there's Farscape being looped around live, and also Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the cartoon from like, I think it started back in the 80s. That's also being streamed live in a circle too. Also saying it's a good day to work. Most folks are off. Yeah, I never minded working in the office on the days that weren't official holidays because that's usually when the rest of the staff, like the bulk of the office, would take time off. And so I didn't have to deal with as many people, which was nice. But yeah. Mist Man, welcome to the Sandbox. The Rock is notorious for being late. He spends all the time working out to keep his huge muscular body. At age 52, his heart is going to explode soon. Ugh. Yeah, I heard that, what is his name? John Batista or something too? The one who plays, oh my God, I'm so horrible with names. And I just watched the Guardians of the Galaxy, Christmas special today as well. Drax, that's it. He plays Drax and stuff. Part of, like, he wanted to wear actual, like, top clothes and stuff in the latest Guardians of the Galaxy movie because, like, he says it's like he's getting older. It's getting more difficult to keep that sort of physique going. Oops. Let's see. Auntie K's Tarot. Oh, Ninja Turtles. I liked it when I was a kid. A lot. I was kind of obsessed with Ninja Turtles when I was a child. Oh, Dave Bautista. John Davis is saying. Jet, Farscape, such an underrated show for its time. And one of the nice things about it is the puppetry in it. Oh, God damn it. What's the name of the guy who's known for the puppetry? Like I said, I'm so bad at retaining names and stuff. But he's a very famous person that would do a lot of puppetry and stuff. And so there was a lot of like actual models and stuff that they used in Farscape that, really added a level of authenticity to the show and stuff. Jim Hansen, there we go. MIDI Doctors coming in for the win. John Martinez, TMNT was one of my favorite shows, at least in the 1980s versions of it. The game was great too. Yeah, Jim Henson, people are saying yes. Yeah, he does. So in Farscape for the aliens on the spaceship and stuff, it's all puppetry that they're doing. So there is like this one main big alien that's integrated into the ship, and he's a puppet that they're doing. It's not like CGI or anything of that sort. And so it adds like such a quality that you don't see much of nowadays. Like just, I don't know, like a lifeness, a realistic, it feels more alive, I guess you could say. And the whole premise of Farscape and stuff is really good. And there was only 2 episodes that I'm like, I just can't with these. They're bad. Because most series, usually when it comes to like the last season or something, they throw in like a couple of like really off the wall episodes, like where they're drunk or they're high or something weird like that happens. And so there's a few episodes like that in like the last couple seasons of Farscape where there's only about like 5 to 15 minutes of the actual episode you need to watch for the arcing plot of the season. But the rest of it is just junk filler that's like, no, don't need it. Just skip past. So, yeah. But the rest of it, really good. Same with Babylon 5. And with Babylon 5, actually, there was none of those episodes. Like Babylon 5, like all of the episodes, for the most part, were watchable. Like there was not one where it's like, I need to skip over 90% of this episode because I couldn't handle it. But Babylon 5 was originally created with the story arc in mind, like the overall of the series story arc, which was really good. Roger Babin, Dave Bautista's situation seems rare for a wrestler. The fact that he's willing and happy to thin down suggests he doesn't have body image issues. Possibly. Jet, I just bought myself the TMNT box set for my Christmas present. Oh, nice. Nice. I'm tempted to watch it again. I had a crush on Raphael. The sarcastic Ninja Turtle, shocking. When I was a kid. MIDI Doctors, Farscape is gender fluid too. Yeah. No, it'd be neat to get the box set of that for sure. And do the whole nostalgic thing, like a cartoon, because I love unicorns, hence my leggings, with the Santa riding the unicorns. So when I was a kid and The Last Unicorn would come onto TV, I would just like, I was so obsessed with that cartoon. I watched it like a bazillion times over. But then as I got older, I didn't watch it anymore. And so then when I was out one time, there was like a special anniversary DVD of it. So I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to pick this up and watch it again. And it was the most surreal experience I ever had in my life watching it again. Because I had completely forgotten the vast majority of that movie. But like at every instant, I'm like, how could I have ever forgotten that? But then I wouldn't remember the very next thing. But then as soon as it played, it's like, oh yes, of course I remember this. Of course I remember this. Like it was just like an entire thing of deja vu that was just so bizarre to go through watching it. And I imagine I would get a lot of that with if I were to watch the cartoon of the Ninja Turtles, because I know I've watched all of it at some point, but I haven't watched it obviously since I was a kid. Jet, I love the detail they put into the show's Muppets. Pilot is easily one of my favorite workshop creations, talking about Farscape. John Martinez, the original Muppet Show is still funny as hell to me to this day. MIDI Doctors, the Thai boxing episode on series on 1 of B5 is shit. I'm not entirely sure I remember it. That's the thing. I remember overall arcing stories, but like one-off I don't necessarily remember. John Martinez, Raphael was my favorite, the hothead who loved to fight and never backed down from a challenge. Yeah. I was drawn to his sarcasm. I know. Shocking. Yep, MIDI Doctors. Farscape is currently on YouTube for free. So is Sicko from Michael Moore. He posted that recently onto on YouTube for free for some reason. Mozart, I find the Ninja Turtles relatable because I also like pizza. But it's just so weird, like the bizarreness of it. It's like, okay, so one of the main villains is a brain in the stomach or the torso of this sort of alive, sort of controlled body. Matthew the Celt, anyone remember Forever Night? Vampire TV series. Only if you're Canadian. You only true Canadians remember that series. Yes, I remember it. I'm obsessed with vampires, of course. Vampires and unicorns, that's my life right there. Yeah, I don't really have much else planned, so let me know in the sandbox if there's like something you want to do. The only other thing that I was kind of thinking of that nobody has to help me with, but if you want, you can. For a video, like in a video essay I am working on right now, that is about online drama, but it's not covering the drama. It's about deconstructing the drama to find out the underlying issues and the problematic things that are going on that the drama actually distracts from, if that makes sense. So it's covering drama, but in a more in-depth way. And in order for me to do this video, there's a couple things I saw online that I need to find again, and I struggle finding them. So if there's anyone in the sandbox who might be able to help me out a little bit with finding those clips and stuff again, because yeah, it is related to the whole TYT stuff that was going on recently. There's a clip of Anna accusing Emma of saying that she thought her attack was titillating. So I'm looking for that clip. Also a clip where Jank and Anna call out Dan from the internet by name. I'm looking for that clip. There was, I think, Matt Leck tweeted it out, but he tweets out a gazillion things, so it's taken me troubles to finding it. That has a breakdown of the money that goes to Rebel Pack and how Brianna Wu was given far more money than like any of the politicians were. So if you can help me find that, it would also be helpful. And I was up till 4 o'clock in the morning one time because my brain was just like processing all this information on how I can make this into like a substantive video. So again, it's not just covering drama. It's about covering the underlying issues, and, you know, it doesn't make sense to, let's say, just attack a viewer, a random person, bystanders in this, if we want to actually have progress on the issues. So there's that. So if you can help me find those, I'd super appreciate it. Let's see. I think I have that. Oh yeah, I can cross this off the list. So I ended up like writing down like a bunch of things that I needed in order to put this video together. And of course, I might not even use all of these things. It all depends on the narrative I end up with. But I feel it's important to cover because, again, it's about looking at the deeper issues, the underlying issues. And, you know, if we really want to build solidarity going forward, we have to think through the tactics a little bit more, I guess. Let's see. Oh, so yeah, I got this. You can cross that. I have a list. I'm checking it twice. I think I know where that is. I think I know where that is. And the thing is that I watch all these clips and I see all these things ahead of time, but it never occurs to me at that moment. Like I might like it or something, but I like so many things on Twitter that it's hard for me to search through my own likes. It never occurs to me like put it in a separate folder so that I have it for later, because I often sometimes don't know the video I'm about to make. And I just feel that this is really important because it was actually affecting people that I know online that I consider friends. And so, again, I feel it's just important to break that down a little bit more. I got that. So, yeah, I need to find the clip of Anna accusing Emma of saying it was titillating. But I think I know where that one is. I know where that one is. I know where that one is. Oh, another clip I need to find, and this one is from a while ago, of Anna just saying that she just is fed up with leftists and never wants to work with them again. And that was from closer to her birthing person tweet. So I need to find that clip again. There's a clip going around of Jank and Anna doing a Q&A where he's talking to his audience about some of the drama that's going on, and somebody was questioning him directly about Jank's accusation of people calling him a Nazi, And the person was actually wondering, like, why haven't you shown the clips? And Jank was saying, oh, we don't do that sort of thing. Like, we don't do the drama, the clickbait stuff. Like, we do the news. So we don't show that. I want that clip as well, because he doesn't show it for a reason, as in it doesn't exist. And I know where that one is as well. So those are the main clips. So if you're capable of finding them, if you're on the Hostile Fart Sauna, at me with them, or you can email them to leftofthebox@gmail.com for me to find. It would just really help and cut back on a lot of my time if other people could help me narrow it down. I know there's a couple people that I'm probably going to hit up on Twitter that might have a better idea where these clips are, because it is kind of random and stuff. Like, I don't know how interesting it would be, but we could try searching these together on here. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. If people would find, like, it's just, yeah, somebody also, so somebody contacted me. I feel weird that people are like, here's my secret tip or something. And they pointed out something that is interesting, to say the least, about TYT. And I don't know enough about American electoral funding rules about this to know what's going on. So if you know anything about that, please hit me up and I can discuss what I'm talking about, because it looks like, at face value, it looks like they did something pretty shady. But I don't know enough about what's going on to know if it's just something that, you know, that wasn't cool versus something that was actually really not cool. You know, I don't know what the difference is, because I don't know enough about American law, and I'm not necessarily good at investigating things. Like, I'll try my best to see if it's worth adding into this video as well. But it does look sus. Let's put it that way. It looks a little sus. So yeah, if anyone there can help me find these clips, I would forever appreciate it, because it takes a lot of my time. I already found a whole bunch of stuff that I wanted to potentially use. And the thing is again, I do all of this. This is one of the struggles I do with doing essay videos, is I spend all of this time doing the background research, trying to find the clips I want, and then I don't even end up using all of it. Like, I have spent 4 hours before looking into a very specific detail just to then be like, no, I don't actually need this. Because I like to, you know, dot my I's, cross my T's type thing. And so sometimes I will look into something and it will take me forever just to realize, okay, the context is wrong from what we've seen. Because I always try my best to find the full context when I can, as opposed to just rely on anything for face value. But what this person sent me is like actual screenshots, actual things that are searchable. Like, it's not something that was just like, here's my private email with something. It was like, this is actually searchable, and you can find records or lack thereof of certain things. And so I need to look into it a bit more. But if anyone there knows a little bit more about electoral financing, let me know, because this would help a lot to know if it is or isn't cool. I'm not against talking more about it. I just don't know how much people want to talk about that sort of thing right now. B-Cat, do you know when people are sleeping, Sandy? Only when I'm looking at them. Only when I'm watching them without their permission. Oh. Let's see. Because you know me, right about now, like, I am more than happy to just talk about my book for the rest of this live stream. But it's difficult because not everyone has read my book, or almost no one has. But I have now officially sold 6 copies of my book. But I want to redo it, and I'm actually talking to the letter hack about helping me out with a teeny tiny section of it. So let's see. John Martinez, I cannot laugh harder at TYT's demise any more than I've been. Gosh, go fast, lose cash. Yeah. Let's see. Jank and Anna, the left is dirtbag and I don't want to talk. Jankin writes, let's have a beer and talk. Yeah, I have those clips. It's like, oh, you shouldn't bully the hosts of these shows and stuff like that. But really, if you watch Jank on Hassan's show, he spent the entire time calling people like me, the radical left, idiots, douchebags, morons, horrible people. Like, who's doing the bullying exactly? But yeah, I need help finding those clips in particular, because I have the whole narrative I think I want in my head. The hard part is sitting down to write it. And it's easier for me to write if I have all the clips, as opposed to I'm writing, and I'm in that groove, and then I hit a spot where I'm like, does that clip exist? I need to find that clip. What if I can't find that clip because I'm just referencing it right now? So if I have all the clips and the graphs and pictures that I need ahead of time, then I can just put in my script clip of blank there, as opposed to breaking my groove to see if I can find it then. So I'm trying to get them all ahead of time. And like I said, I might not even end up using all of them. Soul Life with eyeballs. I like the way you breathe. You have a kitty cat. Come on up, sweetie. We have a kitty cat. Oh. This guy right here is the reason why I can't have Christmas decorations. He's such a big kitty, too. Ooh, say hi to the camera. Hi to the camera. Ugh. This one is Abernathy, the one that I named because of my grandmother. Got his name from a story my grandmother told me once upon a time. Yeah, and he's doing good. Be nice if Frodo came in, so again, everyone could see Frodo, because he's still doing well. He hasn't put on as much weight as I would like, but he's eating regularly, so as long as he's doing that, it's all good. Ah, don't mess with the mouse there. Oh, this chair is so creaky. I got a gift card from someone for Amazon, and I might use it to get a new chair. Because the creakiness of this chair drives me crazy, especially when I'm editing and I can hear it, but I can't exactly edit it out if it's creaking over top of my words. And I want to get back to making the videos of my book where I'm reading them. And in order to do that, I really need a chair that isn't going to be a problem. That won't be so creaky. So I think that's what I'll use the gift card on, is getting that chair. Yes, Abernathy. He's on my lap right now. Yeah, because I want to get back. So let me know in the sandbox. I think I've asked this before, but again, I just want your opinion. So I've already done the first 2 chapters of my book in video. But I want to make a slight change to the first chapter. Like, I'm talking about a sentence, like just a sentence, because there's a couple things that I want to change in my book for the sake of if I decide to go back and serialize it from the beginning of the world of this book I've made. So do I redo the entire first chapter? Do I just do a clip and insert it in? Or since I'm posting this on a YouTube unlisted playlist, do I just pin a comment to the top of that particular video saying, update, edit, this is the change I made? Because I've tried uploading the videos to my Patreon, and it's just not happening. I don't know how to do it. It's not working. Every time I've tried, it just doesn't actually go through. So what I will do for the patrons who are at the Jack in the Box tier, I'll have the link to the playlist. And since it's unlisted, you need that link in order to watch it. So then they'll be able to watch it. Because once I get a couple video essays done that I want to get done, I really just want to crack down and focus on getting a lot of this book done. But in order to do that, like I said, I need to get a better chair than this one. And also it means I get to escape to the world of that book again, which I love doing. Come here, sweetie. There we go. There we go. Yes. I need to trim your nails. Yeah, your nails are getting a bit long. I need to trim your nails, sweetie. Oh. Yes, Bee Cat, I'm almost at 8K subscribers to my channel. It'd be really nice if I could hit that by the new year, that 8K mark. So let's help, if you can, let's help try to get me to 8,000 subscribers to my YouTube channel by the end of this year. Would you get out of that? Let's see. Checking the sandbox. Let's see. "56 Nick's rich. If you don't agree, you're wrong," says Jank. Yeah. John Martinez, "If me not agreeing with Jank, fascist ass being left, then I'm proud to be wrong. Fuck Jank and TYT." Yeah. There's a new video that just dropped of Anna on another right-wing show that I'm like, ugh. Like, I get anxiety with it because it's getting so bad, and Anna's far more obvious than Jank. Because with Jank, you can it's almost like there's still a sense that he actually thinks he can build this bridge or something, which he absolutely cannot. Like, he's just slathering his face in bacon grease for the leopards type thing. But with Anna, it's much, much more apparent that what she's doing. So I haven't looked at it yet. I don't know if I want to watch it, but there's another video that I plan on doing that focuses primarily on her. But this video that I want to do, because it's in my brain right now and it's super active and it's keeping me awake at night, it's about breaking down the drama and how the drama in of itself can become harmful to the movement. And, you know, where do we put our energy and resources? And it's based off of a particular exchange that happened on Twitter. So I'll be working on that. I have to change my position because Kitty Cat. Did I get super chat? Thank you so much, Mark Joycey, for the $5 super chat. Merry Christmas, Sandy. Merry Christmas to you too. Here, I'll show everyone my shirt again. And my leggings. This is not a good place for you to be, Cat, right now. Abernathy, you're on one leg. You're just... I'm playing Twister with my cat right now. Oh, you. Yeah, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Happy. He thinks it's a game. I knock him off my lap, he just jumps back up. John Davis, 8K or the world will end. Yes, let's see if we can get my YouTube channel to 8,000 subscribers by the new year. Let's see. Soul Life. Poor Anna, the left is too mean. Yeah. But yeah, anyone who can help me find those clips, I would really appreciate it. Or help me find that one graph of I think it was Matt Leck who tweeted it out. Let's see. That shows how much money from Rebel PAC was going to Brianna Wu as opposed to like actual politicians. But if you can find the clips that I was talking about on Twitter, just at me with them. If they're on YouTube, you can just email me the link at leftofthebox@gmail.com. Because again, it would really help me with my script if I had these already ahead of time so that I'm not then trying to, like, getting into the groove of writing the script and then stopping because I need to find a certain clip to make sure that I actually have it. I can go over those clips again if people want to know. Let's see. John Martinez. Fascists want Cenk dead. They don't want to work with him at all. I recently tweeted out something along those lines. Let's see. Yeah, with this one here. Hey, stop eating that. Abernathy chewing on something he shouldn't be chewing on. Yeah, Cenk had tweeted this out. Everyone is looking for my so-called pivot. It's not in the policy. It's not in the labels. It's not in the strategy, but I found it. There is something different. I don't hate the other side anymore, and that might be the biggest difference of all and the biggest sin for some. To which I replied, the other side want people like me dead. They're okay with people dying from lack of health care. It's full of people that want to subjugate women. Fine, you don't hate them, but you damn sure shouldn't work with or praise them. They're leopards and you're smearing your face in bacon grease. And yeah, that's exactly what is going on. Okay, let's see if I can find that one thing from Matt Leck while we're talking. Jet, Anna was obvious months before she went off on her rant about not wanting to be called a birthing person. I actually, for research for the other video that I want to do, the Anna Kasparian pendulum, I found an older tweet of hers, actually, where she says birthing person in it and not liking the term well before the blow up happened. So it's like she tried it once, it didn't work, but then she waited a bit and tried it again. John Martinez, damn, Sandy, that was beautiful what you posted. Yeah. Thing is that I don't think he would ever engage with me, even though I still want my cake, as I say. I think it's, you want your flowers. You should be giving your flowers. But you know what? I don't like flowers because, like, I had a dear friend recently give me a bouquet of flowers for my birthday. And all flowers are, like a bouquet of flowers, that's just an edible arrangement for my two cats, you know, Abernathy and Lanier. They just look at that like an edible arrangement, so it becomes a little bit difficult. But I do like cake. I love cake with buttercream, thick icing. Oh, that's the best. I am still, as far as I know, the only person to have ever talked to Cenk on TYT. It was the conversation about the use of the term birthing person. I'm the only one. Only one. I should get my cake for that. Missed man, Charlie Kirk's audience didn't buy what Cenk was selling and they called him out on his grifting. 56 Nick's rich, I'm having a meltdown. So's my shirt. Matthew the Celt, thank you for this beautiful gift, Sandy. Mozart, they're more hateful now than ever. Yeah, they are. I'm just not sure what the beautiful gift is, Matthew, that's all. It's 7 p.m. there, gotta go, says 56 Nick's Rich. Well, thank you so much for coming out. Super appreciate it. Polka Latte. Not sure if I've seen you in the sandbox before, so welcome. Anna saying, maybe I was wrong about Dave Rubin, was a punch to the gut. John Martinez, cheesecake is my favorite. Cheesecake is really good, especially like a creamy whipped cheesecake. I love that so much. But one year for my birthday, there was a place called Symposium, which was known for its cake. Like you would go there and you would get a tour of all the different cakes that they had. So you could order a special cake ahead of time. And so I was having some people gather and we went there and I got cookie dough cheesecake. Oh, that was so delicious. Because I'm a sucker for cookie dough. Like cookie dough ice cream is my favorite. So I got cookie dough cheesecake. But also a cheesecake that I've made. It's like, again, it's like a whipped cheesecake. So you get like the sugary graham crust, but the loose kind, not the pie crust, but like the loose graham cracker crumb kind that you put together. So you get that. And then you make the cheesecake, but then what I do is that I use the juice from pineapple. Like, so I get a can of crushed pineapple and I use the juice in it and I mix it all around. And then I top it with the crushed pineapple and then put drizzle of chocolate on it. It's so good. It is so good. Why don't I just, as we're searching for this thing that I'm fairly certain Matt Leck tweeted out. You guys might as well see me as I'm going through this and talking to you guys. Because I'm pretty sure it was Matt Leck that tweeted out the amount of money that went from Rebel Pack to Brianna Wu, which is a graph I want in particular for this script. But he tweets a lot. And the thing is like for other videos before, when I've been searching for things that I know I've liked, or I'm doing search terms and stuff like that, and I've been like scrolling fast, and I've been looking and looking and looking, and then I look away from the screen, and then my eyes are still bouncing. Like that's how bad my research has been before, trying to find certain things. And like I said, it has taken sometimes like 4 hours just for me to find something very specific, just for me to then be like, oh, that's not what I thought it was, and then not use it for whatever I was looking it up for. Let's see. Hello, Jeff the Heathen. I'm not sure I've seen you in the sandbox before, so welcome. John Martinez, chocolate chip cookie dough was my mother's favorite ice cream. Never knew they made a cake out of it. Well, really, you can make cheesecake out of, like, you can have anything cheesecake. I'm pretty sure you can have a poutine cheesecake. Blah. That might not be a tasty cheesecake, but I'm sure it's been done in Canada. Maple cheesecake, I'm sure that exists somewhere. There's also like peanut butter and chocolate cheesecakes, which are super yummy. As I'm just chatting and looking for this one particular JPEG. Because the thing is that I can't even just toss it into the search and look for it because I can't remember what the words were written in this. And I'm not that good at finding, like, remembering exactly the wording in it. Like, I have done that before to find specific tweets again. Because again, like I said, I like so many things that it's hard for me to find the thing that I remember seeing. Yeah, I got this one. Kind of clipped out too and ready to go. This is from Brianna Wu trying to suck the toes of J.K. Rowling, which didn't go over well. Because, yeah, J.K. Rowling doesn't care how much of a self-hating trans woman you are. She's never going to even be like, you're the good one. Not even close. But I have that one. So then the one about how much she gets paid is also tied into this video, but then it's also tied into the video as in, like, there was something I took super personally, which I'll save for the video, of course, but I'll tell you guys what it was. Something that Jenk said in the Q&A. And I have that clip, and I'm going to be using that clip because I took it super, super personally when he did this, when he was saying that, talking about Bonnie and how he's hired lots of trans people and stuff before, and they're the company that has hired the most African American and trans people and given them opportunities and blah, blah, blah. And I kind of see red with that because where are all the trans people he's hired? And we're talking about specifically content creators. This was in the context specifically of content creators. And he was saying like they've hired so many trans people before, and it's like, actually Bonnie wasn't out when they hired her. She hadn't transitioned yet. I don't think they knew she was trans at the time. So you can't, if she comes out after the fact and transitions after the fact of being hiring, you can't then say, oh, look at us, aren't we so benevolent, we hired a trans woman. No, basically the most you get to say is, well, at least we didn't fire her once we found out. And so I'm trying to think, and I don't think there is any, who's the trans content creator he's hired other than me? Because in my audition video for Rebel HQ, I said I am non-binary in it. So they hired me knowing I'm non-binary, which I think most people consider that would make me transgender, because I'm something other than what I was assigned at birth. I don't necessarily consider myself as transgender, because when I came to my senses and understood who I was, I didn't change my name. I didn't change how I presented or anything. So I didn't feel like I transitioned. I just took on some other things and had a much better understanding of myself. But if people want to say that I'm transgender because of it, I have zero issue with it. Like, quite honestly, it's an awesome community to be part of. So am I the only transgender person they hired? And then to use that identity by saying, we're so benevolent that we've hired trans contributors before, and they are the ones that are now closing the door behind them and making it so that they can't hire anymore. And it's like, are you seriously using my identity as the reason why you're not hiring any more transgender people? Because I push back on the bullshit you're spewing? Like, oh my God, I've taken that one kind of personally. Because as far as I know, like I said, I think I'm the only contributor they've hired, knowing they were trans at the time. But then they also have like Brianna Wu, who is a trans woman. But, you know, it's funny how she's still part of Rebel Pack. So she's not necessarily part of TYT. She's part of Rebel Pack, which is, I don't know if TYT is a sponsor, but they're connected. And funny how the self-hating trans Zionist woman is the one that is still part of Rebel Pack. Funny how she's the one still kind of connected to TYT versus all the other trans and queer contributors they had that no longer work there. I'm not finding it yet. Let's see what the sandbox is saying. Polka Latte, I subbed to you back when you left TYT, but I haven't caught any of your live streams until now. Why, thank you. Super appreciate it. Because something that people don't necessarily know is I was not allowed to plug my YouTube channel when I was at Rebel HQ. All I could say was, follow me on social media as LeftoftheBox. Like I said, I'm fairly certain it was Matt Leck who tweeted this out. Back when Anna was getting all accusatory on TYT about the majority report. Because Matt's anger about the whole situation and the way that he says he's been holding back, calling them out and stuff, you can really feel that he's like exploding with it right now. I'm pretty... It's just, it was from a while ago, and he tweets a lot. So, is this? Nope. That's Airbnb stuff, something. And checking the sandbox as I'm doing this. John Martinez, poutine is bomb, but not as a cake. LMFAO, yeah. Jeff the Heathen, frequent listener, occasional smartass commenter. Oh, welcome. Oh, I didn't even see that earlier. Oh my gosh. 56 Nick Rich, if you're still hanging on, thank you so much for the $2 Canadian saying happy holiday, folks. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I didn't see that earlier. I appreciate it so much because I know you just signed off. So hopefully you see this because I super appreciate it. I don't know how I didn't see it. Normally I see that sort of thing ahead of time. Let's see. Miss Man, did JK ever apologize for bullying the Algerian boxer? Not only don't think she's apologized, I don't think she's still even acknowledged that the Algerian boxer was a cis woman. But yeah, I still have a lot of research to do for this video that I'm currently working on. But like I can tell you guys a little bit about the secret information I received from someone. And then if you know how to dig into it, that would help me a lot because I don't necessarily know. There is a video of Jank sponsoring Too Strong Coffee and announcing that Too Strong Coffee, the proceeds 3 to 15%, which is just weird to begin with, would go towards these 4 different packs. 3% of the proceeds. And so this person contacted me saying that they looked into the government official records because 3 of those packs, like our official government packs, that you have to report where the donations are coming from. And they could only find 1 donation from 1 year to Rebel Pack and Rebel Pack only and not the other packs. And it wasn't for very much at all. Well, no, it was 3 separate donations in 1 year to the same pack. That was about $2,000. And so what we're trying to do right now is go through, there's the website. If I go over, where is it? Over here. This website, the FCC. So all of this stuff is reportable on here that we're trying to find out if maybe under a different name they've donated more or something. But if we go here to Too Strong Coffee, this is the Too Strong Coffee website here. And if we scroll down to the bottom, we can still see that it's an updated website. It says 2024 Too Strong Coffee at the bottom here. And if we go to, this is the frequently asked questions section. And where is it? What organizations do you donate to? How much money do you, goes to supported organizations? So, and here we have, we believe in support and progressive values. The organization that we currently support are Justice Democrats, Wolf Pack, the Young Turks, and Rebellion Pack. And there doesn't seem to be anything from the past couple of years that has gone to this, but they're still saying that it's happening. So I want to see if there's a more recent video other than when Jank first announced it of him saying that money is going towards like Too Strong proceeds, Too Strong Coffee proceeds is going towards these different packs. I want to see if that's still the case. But then also search this FCC a bit more to see if there is any more current up-to-date information of money going to them, maybe under a different name or something of that sort. So if you are capable of doing that sort of thing, super appreciate it. But I'm going to watch a couple of Jank's live streams that he just spontaneously does, because that's usually when I remember him talking about Too Strong Coffee. That's when I remember it. And those were I tended to watch those a little bit more than the main show because it was usually about breaking news that I was curious as to what was happening. But then even those I got fed up watching because all he would do is say, buy our stuff, become a member, here's our sponsors and stuff through these like random live streams and stuff. So even then I started getting fed up watching those. So I'll have to go back and watch some of those to see if that is the case that he's mentioned it more recently. Because it could be like at the time, yes, that was the case. They didn't make that much money. That's all the money they made. Oops. I need to reload the page. Hopefully you guys are still all there. Usually you're still there when I need to reload the page. There we go. Down to live chat. So let me know if you missed anything. So if anyone knows anything about like those types of shenanigans, let me know because it would help out a lot, because it could just be something that was a thing at one point and then it just kind of got forgotten and the webpage has never been updated. And I'm being generous with that, partly because if you go to the Majority Report webpage, they have sponsors on there that haven't been actual sponsors for years and years and years. But then again, that's the Majority Report versus, you know, something like TYT, which is an official corporation and stuff like that. You would think that you would want that information removed if that was no longer the case, as opposed to a corporation still saying, oh yeah, part of our proceeds are going towards these government PACs. Oh, let's see, we're only at December 13th, and I think it was before December 13th where he tweeted this out. That's not a good picture. That's the thing with scrolling through Twitter. You have to be careful because a lot of the images won't necessarily be okay to show on YouTube. Just going to quickly check the sandbox. Actually, it might be safer if I don't scroll live, just in case there are images and stuff that, you know, would get me in trouble with YouTube. Let's see. I'm just checking the sandbox now too. Atticus Among Us, momentary break from cooking. B-Cat, yes, Matt finally sharing his thoughts has been cathartic. Miss Man, so she doubled down on being a transphobe to also being a sexist woman who don't fit her overtly feminine standards must be men. I think you're talking about J.K. Rowling there. Sasha G. Pierce refuses to acknowledge that still. Yeah, about the Algerian boxer being a cis woman. Because the thing is with that is a lot of people are saying, oh no, actually she's intersex or something of that sort. As far as I know, she is a cis woman, not intersexed. Like, I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I don't know if her chromosomes have been tested, and I don't care. And like all of these people, I would find it hilarious if all these people are like, oh, but what do the chromosomes say? If they got their DNA tested and their chromosomes looked out to maybe find out that they're one of the outlier cases where their chromosomes aren't XX or XY, or there's a bit of a mix, or there's a bit of an intersex according to what they would assume is intersex based on chromosomes. It's kind of like those white supremacists that take the DNA test only to find out that they have like African American blood, like a certain percentage of African American blood in them, and they're like, oh no, now what? Like, it would be hilarious to find out a lot of these transphobes if they were to take a chromosome test to find out that their chromosomes weren't part of the binary. Nadia Yvette Chambers, welcome to the sandbox. I missed where to order the books from. What books are you talking about? Atticus Among Us, he was kind of holding back but after Jenks sit down with Kirk, might change things, talking about Matlock, I think. Yeah. Poca latte. It's Polymarket coffee now. Yeah. Actually, is it? Are they referring to it as Polymarket as opposed to Too Strong Coffee now? I don't even know. And that's the thing. It could be real. Like that's the thing about looking into this Too Strong Coffee thing is that at this point, yeah, they could be doing some sort of shell game with it. Because they've already proven themselves to do shady things. Because I got a clip of them, showing off the wall of here are the people who paid $1,000 for their studio, and they had their names on little plaques and stuff. So all their audience, some of them who paid $1,000 to have their name put on a plaque to build that studio, just for it to then be renamed to the Polymarket Studio. Like that's a low blow. I imagine a lot of those people on that wall would want that money back. So there's that way they've been kind of shady about getting funds from their audience. But then there's also Cenk's entire presidential run. Because, like I say, I could care less. If he wants to run for president, have at it. But it's the fact that he ran for president knowing very well he never could qualify because he wasn't born in America. Yes, I'm against that rule, but that's not the thing. Like if he was running, trying to change that rule, if that was why he was running, to make that point to say, we shouldn't have this rule in order for somebody to become president, and made that the talking point, fine. But no, he was running because Trump was a fascist, as he kept on repeating over and over. And so he was swindling his audience out of money for his presidential campaign when he never even qualified to be able to become president in the first place. So when you're doing things like that are shady, but they're not necessarily illegal, but they're, what's to say that they're not doing something shady with the coffee as well? I'm still scrolling through Matt Leck's Twitter feed, hoping I can find this one freaking graph about Brianna Wu and how much money she was getting from Rebellion PAC. Because, like I said, I'm pretty sure he hit back with that. Like, he's like, fine, you want to play this game here? Nadia Yvette Chambers, thank you so much for the $2. Sorry, I was hoping to order your books. Oh, okay. Let me do this for you then. Okay, I'm not on the main. You're not seeing what I'm seeing right now. Let's do this. Because if I open up the Amazon tab, you would see my postal code, which I wouldn't want to show on screen. And so far from the people who have read partial or have actually read the book in full, they've said that they've actually rather enjoyed it. Here you go. That's the link to the Amazon to get the book. That's the Necroplasm, the horror, which has a lot of social commentary, social and political commentary to it. But the people who have finished reading it said that they really do like it, which is a nice change from the person who was doing the beta reading of it and told me that it was unreadable. Morbius Dragon, thank you so much for the $2. Yeah, I really hope that 56 Rich Nick sees Nick Rich. Dyslexia, and it's not scrolling up for some reason. Sees that I thanked him for that. Thank them for that. I don't know their gender, so thank them for that. Because I'm always paranoid about missing out on these things. Still looking. Not it. I thought this was it. It's not it. I'll just show you. I thought this was it because it looks something like this, where it was showing like Brianna Wu got over $20,000, but any of the actual candidates only got about $2,000 from the PAC. So she was getting paid like 10 times more than any money was actually going towards the candidates that they were actually trying to help through Rebellion PAC. But again, I get a little bit worried scrolling through Twitter while showing it live on screen, just given the fact of anything that can be shown on Twitter, especially with some of the news stories that have happened recently. Bob Carmody, Open Secret, says she got $37K from Rebellion PAC. Ugh. If you could send me that link, I don't know much about how to use Open Secrets. I'm not that good at doing this sort of research. Because the thing about the JPEG that I want to see is that it showed how much she got in contrast as well. But if you could email that to LeftoftheBox@gmail.com, I'd appreciate it. Just going to check some of the sandbox. Hey, have a nappy. Get out of there. It's getting into the garbage again. Sasha G, and also chromosomes by themselves aren't determinative. I know that. But a lot of people like to use that as the proof that this person is intersexed or is transgender because they might have different chromosomes than the binary. But it's like, that's not proof of gender because that's a fairly recent development, and gender existed well before people knew what chromosomes were. Soul Life, Adrian Vixen was just suspended from Twitch for terrorism because they showed a Luigi emote? Oh, wow. Yeah. John Martinez also saying, I listen to Majority Report more often. Sam is legitimate and not a grifter. Very true. John Davis saying Jink doesn't promote Too Strong coffee anymore. Yeah, so I'm wondering if it's a big nothing or if it's something that should be pointed out, the whole Too Strong coffee thing. Because if it's something that was once upon a time but not touched on again, then does it matter? But if it's something that's still actively going, like the fact that it's still up on the Too Strong Coffee webpage under their FA facts and frequently asked questions, that's a bit of an issue, you know. Hi, cat. Ah. Jet saying MR has never shifted like TYT has in any negative way as far as I can tell. No, Sam and Emma and Matlek and everyone involved with Majority Report, because you also have the Thursday crew, have all maintained their integrity when it comes to progressive values and stuff. And they're strongly now pushing back against TYT, and it's becoming more apparent. And it's just upsetting Jank more, who called a Sam Cedar a low-rent grifter. Even though Sam has said he's more than happy to talk to Jank about anything. John Martinez running knowing he's personally disqualified like the clowns who raised money for Trump and Trump's wall and made off with it. Stupid grifting bullshit. Bob Carney, I'm just trying to be humble with finding that information right away. It's just a Google, so saying it's just a Google link. It's not the graph you want. Okay. Mozart, these are not the graphs you are looking for. Nadia, Vet Chambers, no printed editions. I can handle Kindle, but it's a little less of a souvenir. I am working towards making a printed copy. I just want to do a proper edit of my book. Well, not a proper edit, but a better edit than just me. So have somebody else read over it to help with like catching a lot of the mistakes and stuff that I missed because I wrote it. Make some slight little minor changes update the cover to actually have my name on it, as opposed to the fake pen name, which sounds weird when you say it because, of course, all pen names are fake. But this one was a fake pen name. So I am planning on, through Amazon, releasing a hard copy of that book at some point. Soon-ish. Come on, Kat, you're getting into things. John Davis, Jane calling Sam a grifter makes no sense. Yeah. John Martinez, if Sam is a low-rank grifter, then Jake is a wannabe white supremacist who will never be accepted by them. Well, that's kind of not the same thing because Sam is not a low-rent grifter. Jake kind of is those things. Bob Carmody saying open secrets seems user-friendly at glance. Okay, I'll check it out later. But I'll just keep on scrolling a little bit longer to see if I can find this. Like I said, I have spent lots and lots of time searching for things like this. Because I'm at December 11th, and I'm pretty sure it was before that. It'd be nice if Matt Leck didn't tweet out so much. But he tweets out about as much as I like things. So it's look through his stuff or look through my stuff. And the thing is, though, I'm doing this and I don't even know for sure if it was him who tweeted it out. I'm just fairly certain it was. Oh. Cat. Nadia saying, sounds great. Keep us posted and hopefully I can pre-order whenever I can stop by and catch a word of it. Yeah. I'll let people know. I'll let people know when I have uploaded or finished doing the audio visual. Oh, that's a lot of cat hair. Of my read of my book. So then if people are interested in that, you can become like a Jack in the Box tier member for a month to watch all of them. And I'll keep people updated as to when I actually have it in a hard copy as well. But I just want to make those slight changes, have a more proper edit, change the cover. So there's a fair bit of work I have to do before, I guess, I actually make it into a hard copy. But I do want to make it into a hard copy because I just love that book. I love it so hard. I love the world of that book. I wish I was in that world of that book. As a vampire, of course. At some point, I'm going to give up. But this is the thing, and why I had such a hard time leaving that stupid game I was playing before this, is that I'm worried that the moment I give up, if I had just scrolled just a little bit further, that's where it would have been. But at least when you're scrolling through somebody's Twitter account or something, it does get to a point where you're like, okay, I know this came out after all of these things are being said. So you can sort of know when to give up on Twitter looking for things, and then I'll try other keywords or something to see if I can find it. I just thought it'd be easy to look through Matt Leck's Twitter account to see if I could find it that way, but yeah. Also for the Anna Kasparian Pendulum script that I'm doing research for too, I scrolled through as far as you could go back on Twitter through her Twitter account to see if I could find different things. And I have a Photoshop file with a bazillion layers of tweets that she's made over the years. Because I don't know which one of those I'll want for the actual script. Just I already have too many clips and tweets already put together for the script that I want to do right now. But I just hate the feeling of I'm working through it and suddenly I hit a spot where it's oh, I need this specific clip. And so I have to look for it because it's relevant to the script, but I want to make sure I can actually find it and add it, or if I have to change the script slightly to not include it. But the thing is then if I not include it, I tend to just take it out completely because I don't want to be like, I remember reading somewhere that this thing exists. I like to actually show the receipts as opposed to relying on my memory for certain things. Let's see what, oh, we're only, holy crap, he tweets out a lot, my God. You see, I don't tweet out a lot, but I like a ton of things, like a ton of things. And the thing is that I've already looked through my likes to see if I could find it. Actually, I need this just in case I don't already have this out. And I didn't see it in my likes. But I'm pretty sure I liked it at the time, so I probably just missed it. Is it part of the thread? Maybe it was part of a thread too, so it's not. I'm not seeing it at the top. And there it is. It's part of the thread, so I wasn't seeing it at the top. This is what I was looking for. So how about the fact that Cenk had raised $400K for Rebellion PAC this year, and 10 times more of that money has gone to pay lunatic Brianna Wu than to any candidate. And we can see here, so total raised, donated, and then 2,000 total contributions from Rebellion PAC to federal candidates, to Dems, to Republicans. So all of it went to Democrats. And then expenditures by category, you have administrative, strategy and research, unclassifiable, fundraising, media, transfer, contributions. And then we have rank, vendor, recipient, so who received the money. And we have Brianna Wu here at over $21,000. For what exactly? It's just interesting just glancing at this. So you have Digital Strategy Group, NGPVAN, Administrative Business Services, Brianna Wu, YouGov, ActBlue Technical Services, Rebellion Policy Institute, Progressive Libs, Amazons.com. She's the only one actually mentioned by name, too. So that is what I wanted. So I'm going to make sure I have that out. Ooh, that's why I didn't see it earlier. It was part of a thread. I can cross that off the list. So now it's just a matter of tracking down all those other clips that I've been looking for. So just to go over again, if anyone can help me locate these clips, I imagine most of them are on Twitter. So if you're on Twitter, you've probably come across them too if you're in the same circles as me. So just at me with them if you find them, but I'm still going to try looking for them. So it's the clip of Anna lying about Emma, saying that Emma called her assault titillating, which she never did. I think I have that one. I know where that one is. I know where that one is. An older clip of Anna saying that she's given up on the left. She doesn't want to work with the left. She hates the left and never wants to work with them again. That came out closer to her birthing person tweet. So I'm looking for that clip as well. I think I have that tweet. A clip of Cenk saying, replying to the audience for a Q&A. And the thing is it could be part of a, well, I guess they're not all on YouTube. It could be part of a video I was watching, like from the Vanguard or something covering this. So there's a clip of Cenk saying, replying to the audience, to an audience member that specifically said, like, where are the clips of people calling you Nazis? And Jenk saying, we're not going to show them here because we don't do that sort of thing. We're not about the drama. We're about the news. And that's just his way of showing that, no, he can't actually do that because they don't exist. And I know where that one is. So if you can help me find those, that would be great. And I can cross that off my list. Okay. I still have a cat on my lap. So let's check the sandbox. Atticus Among Us, not talking to Sam, but going on with Kirk. Interesting choice, yeah. Bob Carmody. Carmody like comedy, just funnier. Okay, I'm probably still saying it wrong. Carmody. Nadia Vet Chambers, I can buy the thing for a couple more people, but I've not got whatever it takes to send it to them, or for that matter, a list of those who would. Not sure what that means. Mozart, my landlord has a bunch of family over for Xmas, and someone Sam Cedared the bathroom. Ew. Is that where we're going with now? Anytime somebody breaks the toilet from a bowel movement, it's the Sam Cedar maneuver. I have a very fluffy, well, he's not fluffy, but he sheds a lot, this cat. Still on my lap purring, and I have to kick him off my lap soon because he's big and he's heavy. I move around a lot. Let's see. Bob Carmody saying success, yeah. And B-Cat saying Merry Christmas, Bob. John Martinez visiting New York. I love visiting the bodegas. Best bacon, egg, and cheese you will ever have anywhere. I love when I'm traveling to just go to different places that are like locally, privately owned, like family businesses and stuff, or restaurants and cafes and whatnot. You know, to go to places where I can't just go to here. To me, that's part of the experience of traveling, is trying new things. Hello, Environmental Coffee House, or also known as Sandy with a Y. Totally spell your name wrong. Merry Christmas, Sandy, and Merry Christmas back to you. Bob Carmody saying cedering of a toilet. Okay, I need you to move. Oh, this cat. But once I find the rest of those clips that I'm looking for, I'll get back to trying to work on the script of this thing that I want to do. So again, I'm not covering drama. I'm breaking down the drama to get to the underlying issues and saying how it can be hurtful to the leftist movement, what might be beneficial in trying to build solidarity, but also pointing out again how perceptions are changed or how people might have biases and things of that sort. And, you know, often the best way to communicate with people is from the perspective of compassion and empathy. So I have a video on my brain that's been sizzling my brain that I want to work on, but I need to get these clips and stuff ahead of time so it doesn't interrupt me when I'm actually writing. Oh, that's a lot of cat fur all over the place, and he's back on my lap. I'd show you him, but that would require me having the camera pointing down to my lap, which just seems wrong for so many reasons. I have a hard time watching Left Past 10 because of all the times they say Sandy, because I'm so used to me being the only person in the room with that name, because It's not like it's an uncommon name, but I don't know too many other people called Sandy, and so it's a weird association. It's kind of like now, whenever I watch Lord of the Rings, it always trips me up because my cat Frodo has been in my life for 18 years now. So, of course, all I think of when I hear the name Frodo is my cat Frodo. And so it's weird hearing Frodo in a different context, in the original context of it being a hobbit. Mozart, I gotta go to dinner, chat, Merry Christmas, and Happy Hanukkah. Same to you. I'm worried I did catch the bug from somebody. Ah, cat hair on my tongue thanks to you. I don't even know what I'm going to eat tonight. I have some frozen leftovers and stuff that I can probably throw together for a nice meal. But let me know in the sandbox if there's anything else you would like to do. Oh, right. I was maybe going to go over a pitch meeting or two, a holiday pitch meeting. Because, like I said, Ryan George is freaking amazing. Oh, no, no, ah! I get the headphones and immediately Abernathy wants to eat them. But since YouTube autoplays, it's a bit problematic. Okay. So these are pitch meetings from Ryan George. We have Home Alone, Home Alone 2, Christmas with the Cranks, Die Hard, The Polar Express, or Elf. Everyone, put in the sandbox which one you want to watch. So we have, again, Home Alone 2, Christmas with the Cranks, Die Hard, The Polar Express, or Elf. Let me know which of the pitch meetings you want to see of that. Elf is really funny. So just toss that into the sandbox and getting all tangled up now because of this cat. And we will watch that Christmas pitch meeting. Still have cat hair on my mouth because of this thing. I have 27 people watching right now, which is pretty good considering like this is a nothing. It's a chat and chill stream. So I have from Bob Carmody, John Davis, and The Wild West, and Morbius Dragon all saying Die Hard. And John Martinez, Die Hard, Die Hard. Okay. I think we're going to be watching the Die Hard one.
So, you have a Christmas movie for me? Yes, sir, I do. It's gonna be super violent. What? Yeah, so this New York cop, John McClane, is on his way to Los Angeles to see his wife Holly on Christmas Eve. Okay. Yeah, and he's having a tough time on the plane, so the guy sitting next to him's like, the secret to air travel is to take your shoes off later and make fists with your toes. That's a pretty weird thing to include in a movie. Yeah, well, I want John to take his shoes off later, because there's gonna be a whole thing with broken glass. Can't we just have him take off his shoes while he's changing? I mean, I can't really have someone take their shoes off without some juicy backstory to it. Fair enough. So anyway, John gets a limo ride from this driver Argyle, and he says he's gonna wait for John in the parking garage while he goes up to see his wife at her office Christmas party. What kind of a company has their Christmas party on Christmas Eve? The kind I made up for this movie. Gotcha. So anyway, then the whole Christmas party's gonna be taken over by this guy Hans Gruber and his crew of bad guys with beautiful hair. Oh, so John sneaks down to the garage to Argyle? No, the bad guys.
Also, something I learned about Die Hard, which I find kind of funny, and I do have to, unfortunately, interrupt it every now and then to make it transformative. A little funny thing about Die Hard is the German they're speaking is gibberish. It doesn't mean anything, apparently, because they were worried that if they tried to get the actors to speak actual German words, they would say it wrong. Or it was like unteachable to their actors or something. So it's just, it doesn't mean anything. It's just gibberish.
has disabled the elevators below the 30th floor. Oh, so does he try to get down using the stairs? No, doesn't even try. Why not? Well, I mean, even if he did get down to Argyle, the beautiful-haired bad guys closed the security gates. Can't Argyle drive through the gates to go get some help? Well, yeah, he can drive through them, but we're only gonna have him do that at the end of the movie. Why? Because that's what I wrote. Fair enough. Anyway, so this one bad guy is gonna try to track John down, but John's gonna get the drop on him. Oh, what's he planning on doing? Getting the guy to drop his machine gun. And then what? I mean, he's not in a position to arrest anybody if the guy does surrender. Well, he's gonna hit the guy on the head and wrestle with him and end up breaking his neck. Feels like he should have just shot him in the first place when he had the chance. Yeah, well, there's gonna be kind of a recurring thing in the movie where characters don't shoot each other at key moments when they have the chance. How come? Because then the movie would be over and we gotta stretch this bad boy out. Fair enough. Stretching out bad boys is tight. Oh, that's the worst sentence I've ever heard. Yeah, that didn't sound right at all and I apologize. Anyway, so then John puts the dead guy in the elevator so the other bad guys see him. What? Yeah, he's gonna write, "Now I have a machine gun on his chest." It's gonna be hilarious. He's gonna give up the element of surprise so he can taunt them a little bit. Well, not only that, he's also gonna eavesdrop on them and learn what their names are. He didn't have to send them a dead body to eavesdrop on them. Yeah, probably would have made his life easier if he hadn't done that. Whoops. Whoopsie. So then later this cop is gonna pass through and John has to get his attention. Oh, and is that gonna be hard for him to do from all the way up in the building? No, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, he's just gonna throw the dead body of another guy he killed onto the cop's car. Wait, now that I think of it, he could have just fired his gun to get the cop's attention. Probably, but this guy's like really into communicating using dead bodies. Sure sounds that way. And then some
Beats using carrier pigeon, I suppose.
more law enforcement's gonna show up and this police chief is gonna take over. Oh, what's his deal? Well, I had to make him unbelievably stupid so the movie could keep on going. Oh, you did? Yeah, like he thinks the dead guy full of bullet holes that was thrown out the building killed himself. It is unbelievable that a human being could be that stupid. Well, if the law enforcement people were competent at all, the movie would end, so I kinda had to make them all into walking plot devices. Oh, so they're all just there to make dumb decisions and pad the runtime? Exactly, like some of them are gonna try to break through glass doors with a blowtorch. They're gonna be really dumb. Wow. But the first cop that showed up is actually a good guy. Oh, he is? Yeah, like when John McClane isn't talking to himself, which he does kind of a lot, he's gonna be talking to this guy. And what's his deal? Well, he's gonna have this backstory where he lost his cop mojo after accidentally killing a kid who was playing with a toy gun. It's gonna be really sad. Wait, is the sad part that he killed a kid or that he lost his cop mojo? We're certainly gonna play it like the tragedy is that he lost his cop mojo. Interesting.
Like I said, he has a very progressive take in his comedy, which I super appreciate. But it's dark.
Yeah, so in the end, he's gonna have this story arc where he regains the confidence to, you know, shoot people again. Wow, well, good for him. We're also gonna have this whole subplot with this reporter snooping around. Oh? Yeah, because this way Hans is gonna end up seeing on the news that Holly and John are married. I mean, we could literally have that show up on the news. We don't need an entire reporter subplot. Yes, we do. Oh, okay then. And so later, John is gonna be getting chased by bad guys and he's gonna cut his feet on some broken glass. Right, he's not wearing any shoes and I know the entire history of that. Yeah, he's gonna leave a huge trail of blood, but he's gonna end up escaping and losing the bad guys. How does he manage to lose the bad guys if he's leaving a giant trail of blood? I don't know. Fair enough. And so yeah, eventually John is gonna end up killing Hans Gruber and saving the day. Very cool. And what's this thing called anyway? Oh, I was thinking we could call it Die Hard. What does that mean? Well, first of all, it sounds awesome and it vaguely describes the characters and plot, I guess. I guess, kinda. And it's kind of a tribute to my late uncle. Oh, was he killed in the line of duty or something? No, he died while testing erectile dysfunction drugs. Oh my god. So what do you think? Well, I mean, it sounds great, but I don't know if I'd necessarily call it a Christmas movie, you know? Of course it's a Christmas movie. It takes place at Christmas time. But it doesn't have to do with Christmas other than that. But it takes place at Christmas time. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a Christmas movie. Sure it does. Tell you what, let's let people debate this amongst themselves for a while before taking an official stance on it. How long should we let them debate? Like maybe 3 decades or something? Sounds good to me.
And just so you know, like this is a short compilation here, but there's more pitch meetings on the Screen Rant channel too. So if you're interested to finding out if there's a pitch meeting for any particular movie, you know, you just type in the YouTube search, the movie name and pitch meeting. Because there's the one with the like Arnold Schwarzenegger Christmas movie that went out about finding a certain toy or something. He made a pitch meeting about. That's not on this particular compilation because it's probably on the Screen Rant channel. But let's see. Somebody wanted to see the Polar Express and somebody said Elf, so why don't we just actually go through those? But yeah. Die Hard, that's comedy gold. That's the thing. I don't even think I've ever caught that joke before because it goes by pretty fast when he's talking. But it's like I named it after my uncle. He died of testing erectile dysfunction medicine. It's like, oh my God. The Wild West, yeah, it's Jingle All the Way. So there's a pitch meeting for Jingle All the Way that's not in this particular compilation because it'd be on the Screen Rant channel.
So, you have a Christmas movie for me? Yes, sir, I do. So it's gonna be about this little kid, right? And he's not so sure he believes in Santa Claus anymore. Oh, very sad. But when he gets into a stranger's vehicle in the middle of the night, his whole life's gonna change. Oh, God. No, in like a fun Christmas way. Oh, okay, thank goodness. You see, this train called the Polar Express shows up, and this conductor guy's like, all right, get on board, we're headed to the North Pole. That's where Santa lives. It is, yeah. So this hero boy's gonna get on the train, and he's gonna meet some of the other kids that are on there. There's this girl child, and there's this know-it-all kid who's just gonna be the worst character ever put to screen. Oh, the worst? Yeah, just the most annoying and arrogant kid you can imagine. People might try to attack the theater screens, to be honest. Jeez. Anyway, so then the conductor...
There's also a pitch meeting for Red One already. He's fast at getting movies out or getting these videos out after the movies are released. So if you haven't seen, I love watching a movie and then watching the pitch meeting because there are pitch meetings I haven't seen because very specifically I want to see the movie first because there are spoilers in it. But then I just love watching his breakdown of it after the fact.
Is gonna sing a song about hot chocolate while 8 men with identical faces pour some for all the kids. Oh, is this a musical? Occasionally, sure. So what kind of stuff is he gonna sing about hot chocolate? Not just the standard hot chocolate stuff like, you know, you should never ever let it cool. You gotta let it cool a little bit. Nope, you drink it scalding hot. All right, I mean, you seem pretty passionate about this for some reason. Yeah, so then the little girl wants to bring some boiling hot chocolate to this poor boy Billy who's sitting in another part of the train. Right. And so the conductor brings her there, right? But then Hero Boy finds her ticket and he's like, oh no, I gotta get this to her. Okay, but she's like with the conductor, right? That doesn't seem like it would be a problem. Well, we're gonna pretend like it's a problem and then Hero Boy's gonna go to bring it to her, but it's gonna get caught in the wind. Oh no, I guess? Yeah, so then this ticket flies up into the air for a little bit and then next to some wolves and then picked up by an eagle who brings it over a waterfall. Then a baby eagle tries to eat it and spits it up. And so then it becomes a snowball. Then it hits the front of the train, then a hobo's face, and then back into the train car and stuck to a vent. It's gonna take several minutes. Okay, so it's back in the train now. It's back in the train now. So, okay, so what was that about? Well, this is actually based on a kid's picture book that's like 30 pages long, so I gotta fill up the runtime somehow. Oh, okay, gotcha. So now the conductor has randomly decided to ask the girl for her ticket, but she doesn't have it, so he's like, okay, well, come with me, little girl. Okay. And that freaking know-it-all kid, he's like, you know, on the Polar Express, if somebody doesn't have their ticket, it's standard procedure to, you know, throw them off the back of the train. Oh my God. But then Hero Boy finds her ticket, and he's like, oh no, I gotta get this to her. I feel like, didn't we just do this? We just did, but this time the boy's not gonna drop the ticket. I see. So he goes to the top of a moving train in a blizzard and has a conversation with a hobo up there.
I've never seen this movie. Like, that's the thing. I will watch pitch meetings for movies I don't plan on seeing. And it's just, it sounds so ridiculous. Like, I hate movies that are made based on like a short book or something, but then have like zero plot because there was not much to work with in the first place.
What? Yeah, there's a hobo up there. He's got a fire going. He's probably a ghost. He's probably dead. Who's to say, though? Oh, what is going on? I don't know. Things, for sure. All right, I mean, yeah, okay. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, I thought we could get Tom Hanks to play practically all these characters. What? Yeah, just Tom Hanks, the whole dang thing. Just have one guy play multiple characters? It's kind of a weird gimmick. Hey guys, I'm doing a little coffee run for the office. You guys want a coffee? Oh, no thank you. Yes, I do. Scalding hot directly into my mouth. What? Don't you let it cool. Don't let it cool at all. He seems to be into that. Okay. Anyway, I figure it could be nice to have him play a bunch of characters because it kind of plays into the idea that maybe this whole thing is a dream. Oh. Except it's absolutely not a dream. I'll get to that later. Oh, what? Anyway, so then terrifying dead hobo Tom Hanks skis this little kid down the train before he gets absolutely crushed by a tunnel. Oh, not getting crushed by a train tunnel is tight. For sure. And then he finds the little girl and it turns out she's just been put in charge of the train, so everything, you know, everything's okay now. Wow, so stuff is just kind of happening, huh? It is, yeah, for sure. Wow. So then the train almost falls into a lake for a second and the little boy and the little girl go talk to that poor kid, Billy. Oh, they do? And he actually sings a song, because sometimes this is a musical, remember?
Right.
And so he's singing about how Christmas doesn't work out for him, and Santa never goes to his place, and he doesn't get gifts or anything.
If Santa's real, why doesn't he bring this kid toys at Christmas?
Well, see, the thing is, this kid is visibly poor, right? So, you know, that's kind of gross. Santa hates that.
Fair enough, so I guess it's gonna be tough for them to cheer this kid up.
Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Oh, really?
Yeah, see, the little girl starts singing about how, no, actually, Christmas is terrific because kids get gifts. It's great.
The kid just said he doesn't get that stuff.
Oh, yeah, well, somehow it cheers him up a bit.
Okay.
So eventually they get to the North Pole, which is just a weird, hauntingly empty industrial city.
Very Christmassy.
Yeah, so they wander around this eerily empty place for quite some time, but eventually they end up in a massive crowd of elves, and they're freaking out because they're gonna get to see Santa.
Don't they see him like every day?
Well, they're still pretty pumped about it, but then the boy, he can't see Santa, so he's like, well, what the heck? I can't see anything.
Okay.
And he picks up this little sleigh bell off the ground, and he can't even hear it ring when he shakes it.
Oh, how come?
Well, because he doesn't believe yet, you know? That's his arc. He has to believe.
He's literally standing in the North Pole surrounded by elves.
Yeah, that's not cutting it for this kid. He's still like, maybe not.
Oh, very high standards.
But then he does hear it ring, and he gets to see terrifying Tom Hanks Santa Claus.
Oh, well, you know, good for him.
Yeah, and now it's time for Santa to give the first present of Christmas time, and he picks the hero boy to get the broken sleigh bell that he found on the floor.
Not the best gift.
Well, that's what the kid wanted, you know, it's symbolic. Anyway, he immediately loses it.
Oh.
Yeah, kid had a hole in his pocket, so then he's all sad on the train ride home.
Wow, okay, yeah, no, that didn't work out at all.
So then the conductor drops him off, and he's like, you know, one thing about trains, it doesn't matter where they're going. What matters is deciding to get on.
Of course it matters where the train's going.
Yeah, definitely, of course, yeah.
What is this guy talking about?
I don't know, I just felt like I needed some kind of line there. Didn't give it a ton of thought.
Fair enough.
And then that hobo waves goodbye and turns to snow.
Oh yeah, what was all that about anyway?
Unclear, maybe this is all a dream.
But you said it's not.
It's not, no, because the next morning the kid opens up a gift and it's the bell he lost.
So, okay, so what
Don't think about it too much, I didn't.
Okay, I won't. So how are we gonna shoot this movie? This sounds complicated.
Oh, well, I figure we could animate it, you know, but make it fully motion captured. That's never been done before.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like technology's not quite there yet. Has the potential to be a little terrifying.
Yeah, but maybe in a fun Christmas way.
Might have a lot of dead-eyed characters and Uncanny Valley vibes.
Well, look, if it is too Uncanny Valley looking and people get a little freaked out of it, we won't do it again, you know? We'll have learned our lesson.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Or maybe we'll do it again, I don't know.
What?
Oh, Abernathy, come on, out of that. Checking, yeah. And yeah, we'll watch Elf, and then that will be it for the pitch meetings. I love Ryan George so much. But check the sandbox first. Somebody's saying, I've never seen this movie. I've never seen it either. Jet saying, the Santa Claus is really low-key horror. Apparently there's 2 movies called Jack Frost that were released a year apart, and one is like a very campy, low-grade horror with very graphic scene in there involving the Santa Claus and the snowman, versus the actual one with, I think, is it Tom Hanks that's actually in that one too? I don't know. Abernathy, do I have to kick you out? Let's see. People talking about Frozen. John Martinez, I was forced to see Frozen because of my nieces, too sugary for me, but to each their own. Miss Man, the person who wrote that movie was on acid. John Davis, there is another movie called Frozen about 3 friends trapped on a ski lift. It's very good. I saw a trailer for that way back when. And it's part of the genre of movies of a couple or a few people getting trapped somewhere kind of hopeless and just watching them die for the most part. Because I think it started with Open Water, that movie. Hey, Abernathy. Sorry, I have to kick him out. Yeah, I think it started with Open Water. And then there's been other ones. So you have the ski lift one. You have one where they're on top of a tower and then part of the ladder collapses. And it's always, again, with these sorts of movies, because we live in this day and age, there has to be a way around cell phones because cell phones would instantly make that movie over. So I think probably with the ski lift, they're out of range, and with the tower, they were out of range. With Open Water, they were in the water, so they didn't have their cell phones on them. I think there's another one where a couple of girls get trapped in a pool after the thing goes over the pool. And I know there's others where it's just like people getting trapped in certain places and then they're just stuck. And I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know. Oh, there was another one I remember watching. It was shortly after Open Water where a bunch of people, well, not a bunch, like 5 people were on a boat. And it was like some guy's boss's boat and they all jump into the water, but then they forgot to bring the ladder down. So then they're all stuck in the water by the boat. And so they're trying to get onto the boat again, but they're all struggling. So it's like Open Water 2 or something like that. And to up the stakes, there's also a baby on the boat. And so it's them trying to get back onto the boat, but then the one guy gets upset when somebody almost damages the boat to try to get back onto it because it's his boss's boat and, you know, all that sort of stuff. Oh, thank you so much, Environmental Coffee House, for the $4.99. Merry Christmas again and happy everything else. Christmas tree. I'm sure we are both going to have a lot to talk about in the coming year. Yeah, unfortunately, yes. Yeah. So I don't know what I feel about that genre of movie, but yeah. Again, thank you so much for the $4.99. Let's see. Somebody mentioning that this movie is the Uncanny. Oh, it was Michael Keaton in the other one. Okay, in the Jack Frost movie. Talking about I think the movie Frost and Miss Man saying still a better movie than Twilight because it had to be said. I saw Twilight only because I was part of an improv troupe and we would get asks for us, like offers from the audience about something to do with Twilight. And we wanted to know the cultural references and stuff for it so that our scenes would be funnier because often the people who gave us those offers knew more about the movies than we did. So I borrowed the movie from a friend who actually did like them for some reason. And me and a whole bunch of improvisers sat down to do like a Mystery 3000 theater of Twilight. Oh my God, it was so much fun. That's pretty much the only way you can watch that movie. Also, binge watch all of the Twilight pitch meetings. You gotta do that. That is hilarious. Just binge watch the Twilight pitch meetings. There's also pitch meetings for 50 Shades of Grey, which was a kind of inspired by Twilight. It was fan fiction of Twilight that became its own thing. He did pitch meetings for all of those as well. You got like, if you ever just want to spend a day away from the rest of the world and watch stuff that's funny, just binge watch pitch meetings and the Ryan George channel. Morbius Dragon. The Jack Frost horror movie is the best. I've seen it, and the snowman uses his carrot in not so nice way. That's why I heard about it. Yes. Bob Comedy. Blood Simple is stretching of this temple. If one person just said one thing, it would be clear what was happening, but that's Coen Brothers, and it's awesome. Mystery 3000 is also marathon streaming. Cool. Well, why don't we watch Elf? Oh, and Jet said that. Why don't we watch Elf and then we can move on to other stuff. The Elf pitch meeting.
So, you have a movie for me? Yes, sir, I do. It's called Elf.
Oh, and something that's also super interesting about these movies, or not movies, these pitch meetings that people might not necessarily catch on to, is in the background, he will change things slightly based on the time period. So if he's doing a pitch movie from the 80s, when it goes back to the writer guy, you'll see like one of those thick computer monitors, you know, one of the ones that were like the size of a box or something. So he'll make very slight changes like that to try to fit it more towards the time. Like he'll have like an actual phone on the desk or something. It's minor details, but it's so it adds a lot that you don't even notice at the time.
Oh, smart. Lord of the Rings is super hot right now, so who's this tall, good-looking elf man? I was thinking that loud SNL guy, Will Ferrell. What? Yes, it actually has nothing to do with Lord of the Rings. It's a Christmas movie. Oh, he's a Christmas elf. Well, kinda. See, he was a baby at an orphanage being cared for by this old nun, and then he sneaks into Santa's bag and ends up in the North Pole. So Santa just headed directly to the North Pole after visiting that specific orphanage and never looked in his bag again. That's what we're going with. So then one of the elves volunteers to raise him, so he's raised as an elf. Oh my god. What? Well, that poor old nun lady. What are you talking about? They're not even gonna attempt to bring this baby back to the orphanage. No. So for the rest of her life, she's gonna be haunted by the thought that from her perspective, a child was stolen on her watch, never to be seen again. Ooh. Right. This is
A lot of Christmas movies are actually kind of disturbing when you strip away some of the layers like that.
off to a dark start. I mean, now that you mention it, yes, it definitely is, but we could pretend like it's not, maybe? That works for me. I love pretending. So they think his name is Buddy because that's what was written on his diaper, but when he grows up, he doesn't really fit in with all the elf stuff, you know, like the elf showers, and he can't keep up with anyone's magical powers. So what does he do? Well, his adoptive father shows him a picture of his birth parents and tells him that his dad is living in New York City. Did that nun leave a photo of his parents in his diaper to get pooped on? I guess so. So Santa sends him off to NYC to find his dad, but warns him to not check out any peep shows. What was that? So he goes to see his dad, Walter, but it doesn't really go well, so he wanders into the Gimbel's department store and gets mistaken for one of the elves working in the fake Santa village. Okay. And he sees a beautiful employee, Jovi, and becomes infatuated with her. Oh, I guess he wasn't attracted to little elves, but now that he sees a human woman, he's aroused for the first time. Well, that's not a cute way to put it. Well, anyway, so the next morning she's showering at work and he enters the room and starts singing along with her, which freaks her out. Oh, God, well, yeah, that's super creepy and intrusive of him. Well, he says he didn't know she was naked in the shower. You said they had showers in the North Pole. How could he not know? Hey, shut up. So then Buddy freaks out because he sees...
I always love that. Hey, shut up. When it's like, that's something seriously wrong with the plot.
that the mall Santa isn't the real Santa, and they fight, and he goes to jail. Oh, he does? Yeah, and so Walter reluctantly bails him out and brings him to a pediatrician to get a DNA test to see if he's really his. Doesn't it take multiple days to get results from those? No, this is one of those pediatricians that's set up for instant DNA testing. That's not a thing, but it might be. It isn't. So the doctor tells Walter that the best thing he could do is bring this fully grown man who thinks he's an elf and has just been arrested for a violent crime into his home to meet his wife and his child. This guy's not a real doctor. Well, yeah, no, he's gonna be played by an actor. Never mind. So Buddy hangs out with the family and shows off his ability of somehow not being dead from diabetes. And Walter's wife is just fine with this? Yes, because if she wasn't immediately super cool with it, then I'd have to spend time on that, and I don't wanna. Got it. And then he accidentally shows her his genitals. Accidentally? First the shower, now this? Yes, and now Buddy wants to connect with his half-brother Michael, but Michael thinks he's a weirdo. I kinda do too. But then he shows off his superhuman snowball throwing skills in Central Park and they become friends. I thought Buddy didn't have magic elf powers. Oh yeah, well in this scene he does. Oh okay. So they head over to Gimbel's even though he got a restraining order and he asked that girl Jovi out on a date. I mean, he thinks he's an elf, he snuck into the bathroom while she was showering, he went to jail for a violent crime and now he's defying a restraining order. It's gonna be tough to get her to go out with him. Actually, it's gonna be super easy, barely an inconvenience. Oh really? Yeah, cause he's the main character so it's charming, so she's gonna say yes. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, the movie's called Elf and he is the elf, so he's going to be desirable. That makes sense, yeah. So anyway, eventually Buddy really pisses his dad off by accidentally making fun of a man with dwarfism. Oh my god. So Buddy's all sad and depressed and he walks up onto the Queensboro Bridge. Is he gonna frickin' jump? No, he's just gonna kinda sadly look at the water, but then he's gonna see frickin' Santa Claus crash into Central Park, so he's gotta run over there. Isn't that kind of a long run? There's no way for me to check that, so then Walter and Michael also see the crash, so they run over as well. Now the three of them have to help Santa. Just the three of them with Santa alone in Central Park? Yeah, just the three of them and Santa. It's not that far-fetched. Yes, it is. Whoa. That's not a reaction that makes sense to what I just said. Well, listen, a lot of other people do see the sleigh crash, but instead of going to check it out, they all just kind of gather at the edge of the park behind a news lady who's talking about it. Oh, okay.
These movies are so weird. Like, I get you have to suspend your disbelief for a lot of movies, but wow, this is really bad. Or at least in some movies where they build a world, like Red One, I watched it, and it is a movie. It wasn't, like, I don't think it was horrible, but I don't think it was particularly good. But at least with that, they build a world where a lot of these weird things that happen, they're part of that world. Whereas, something like this, like somebody just jumping or falling into Central Park and only the 3 protagonists of the movies noticing, like, and then we're all just going to stand around the outside of Central Park as opposed to actually doing anything about it.
Okay. Yeah, just a whole bunch of people standing around in disbelief, and also Josh Rubin is there. They don't know what is going on. Who? And it turns out there's not enough Christmas spirit anymore to make Santa's sleigh fly because people don't believe in him anymore. Well, that doesn't really make sense. I mean, the parents would see gifts under the tree each year that they themselves didn't buy. Who do they think got those? Well, listen, sir, that's a problem with every Christmas movie, not just this one, so get all the way off my back about it. Ow, let me get off of that thing. So then to get more Christmas spirit going, Jovi's gonna sing and everybody's gonna join in. I mean, that little crowd of people is probably not enough to make the sleigh fly. We'll see everybody watching the news is gonna start singing as well, like some bikers in a bar, a little girl in her bedroom on a little TV, the people back at the office on a projector. Those sound like the last situations in which anyone would be watching the news. Hey, shut up. So then they all start singing and Walter's gonna join in just in the nick of time, and Santa flies right above them and he's off to deliver gifts. Wow, so the news reporter has a huge story on her hands. Santa just flew above her head and there were a bunch of witnesses. Well, no, see, she's speechless for a second, and then the news cuts back to the studio and they say they guess they'll never know what happened and drop the story completely forever. Why? The movie's almost done, sir. We're not gonna open that whole can of worms. Oh, unopened cans of worms are tight. And so then Buddy impregnates Jovi and we're done. Well, it sounds like a great Christmas movie, and hey, if it does well, we can make a bunch more of them. What could possibly stop us?
Yeah, I recommend to everyone to just, if you're ever in a down mood, pitch meetings. But just keep in mind that there's 2 channels you'll find them on. So if you're interested in a certain movie, just, use the search bar to see if that movie already has a pitch meeting and that sort of stuff. Let's get back to the Sandbox. I've seen Bob Carmody. A lot of these Christmas movies I like just watching once just to see what the just to see what it's about, Well, I like watching movies. And so if there is a movie that's getting a lot of press for whatever reason, I'm usually curious to have my own opinion about it. So I'll watch it. Even with movies like Red One, because you hear everyone else's opinions about it, but I like to just form my own idea. And like I said, it's a movie. It's like there's a good premise behind it, but the premise is overdone. Like, it's just, you've seen it so many, basically they want to make a cinematic universe. And it's like, can it just be a standalone? Does it have to go there? Does it have to have, superhero type powers and stuff? But they kind of needed to do that in order for this movie to happen, so whatever. And so it had some interesting things in it, but, it's not like, ooh, I need to see this Christmas movie every year. Then I saw Bad Satan today while I was trying to win that stupid card game that I still haven't won that I need to go finish after this. And again, the premise of it was meh. I guess the premise was cute, but I don't like the misrepresentation of dyslexia. That's not usually how it works, is how they were doing it in that movie. And then the ending kind of just undid everything that happened. All the growth, the meaning, the meaningfulness. The ending just totally torpedoed the entire thing from being a meh watch to a watch. From meh to eh. Soul Life. I want to see the Matrix reboot with Michael Keaton as Neo and Bruce Willis as Agent Smith. I don't think we need a Matrix reboot because that movie still holds up. What I want to see is what the sequels were originally intended to be. Because apparently there was all this issue about copyrights and stealing information and stuff. So instead of the sequels actually following the source material, they had to make up different sequels than what was originally planned. So what I want to see is what the original source material, what the sequels were based on that. That's what I want to see. I still haven't even seen the most recent Matrix movie that came out. I don't know when. So there's the trilogy, and then one movie came out not too long ago. I still haven't gotten around to seeing that. Like, I used to go to the movies all the time, then COVID happened, of course. Because I have, like, plans and stuff where I can get points towards movies and whatnot, and people always knew to give me gift cards for movie theaters, because I love going out to the theater. Because it's like you go there and you're so immersed in the theater with the sound and the screen and stuff. It's like I can really just escape from this world for the couple hours that I'm in there. Especially if it's a good movie. And just seeing like the special effects, especially the natural disaster slasher flicks that I love so much. Seeing them on the big screen is so great. But yeah, there's just something about going to a theater that I really enjoy, and even just having like the shared experience. Even though one year I went to the movies for my birthday and there was no one else in the theater. I was the only one watching, which was also in its own way kind of awesome. But there is, like, of course you can have an audience that is bad. That's why I don't like watching horror movies in the theater. Because you're always going to have that group of teenagers that's in there that think they're too cool to be scared. So they'll be like, oh, I'm not scared of this, and then totally squeal at the slightest jump or something. Or they try to prove to their peers how brave they are by talking. So, because they're talking through their nervousness, and that's just super disruptive. So I like movies where you get into it. Like, there was this one time I went to see Venom, the first Venom, in theater. And there's the one woman who's the she runs the convenience store. And she says something, I don't know if she's speaking Cantonese or Mandarin or Korean, but she says something. And I don't know why, but 80% of this very packed theater were people from Asia. So like Chinese, Japanese, because we have a lot of international students in this area. And I guess for some reason, this movie drew in a lot of them for that particular showing. And I remember them laughing so hard at what she said. And then the main character is like, I don't speak your language. I don't know what you're saying. And at that moment, I was tempted to be like, hey, yeah, me too. What are you all laughing at? You know? And then there was this one time I was in the movie theater, and it was during a trailer, and the trailer was like really intense for this upcoming movie, a horror movie, like some sort of zombie movie, and everyone was like quiet, but then all of a sudden the title of the movie came up as The Crazies, and for some reason we all thought it was hilarious and started laughing. But yeah. Bob Carmody, I don't find Will Ferrell terribly funny myself. Yeah. Jet was never the biggest Will Ferrell fan, but credit where credit is due. I've heard nothing but good things recently. Well, he could be a better drama actor than given credit for, but always got pigeonholed into comedy because that's what he was known for. Even though some people, they do all the comedy, but then you don't realize how good of a dramatic actor they were. Like, you know, Jim Carrey, who was very good in more dramatic roles, but he was known as the slapstick kind of comedy type thing. Let's see. Bob Carmody, I was a bit of a snob. I was a film minor in college, so I know I demand a lot. Morbius Dragon Star Wars Holiday Special? There is a pitch meeting for that. Let's see. If there are a whole bunch of strong indications you would like to see the Star Wars Holiday Special pitch meeting, give lots of hearts and thumbs up in the sandbox, and we can watch the Star Wars Holiday pitch meeting. I just don't want to overdo it with all the pitch meetings and stuff like that. But if you guys really want to see it, I want to see the hearts and thumbs up, and then we can watch the Star Wars Holiday Special pitch meeting, because it does exist and it is funny. And it was back from when he was on his Screen Rant, on the Screen Rant channel. Let's see. And since there's a delay, I need to go back to the sandbox until it gets caught up, and I can see if people want that. Bob Comedy, teenagers warning the actors on screen about the danger. Oh yeah, they do a lot of that. John Davis, I still enjoy going to a movie theater, big screen, the Dolby stereo, the popcorn can't beat it. Yeah. I don't get to go to movies as much anymore because, like, I have in Canada, we have the Scene card where you can get points whenever you buy things and stuff. But the Scene card can now go towards groceries as well. So it's like, do I go to a movie or do I get discount on groceries sometimes? So it's, yeah. Bobby, Feliz Navidad from Mexico, everyone. Well, welcome to the sandbox, Bobby. And Feliz Navidad back to you, or Joyeux Noël, as some people say up here in Canada. I'm starting to see lots of hearts and thumbs up. Okay, I think people want to see the holiday special pitch meeting. Jet, I was referring to Farrell's being supportive for his trans friend, never cared for his acting. Ah, yes. Yes. I think they covered part of that documentary. Was it on the Majority Report? They mentioned it or something? That it is a documentary of them traveling across the country? Oh, no, they were covering Ben Shapiro covering it, I believe. I'm actually curious to watch it, to see that documentary. Okay, I'm still seeing more thumbs up and hearts and stuff. Okay, okay. I am audience captured here. I am doing what the audience demands. Don't autoplay.
So
Why do
you have a new
autoplay before I can switch screens? So again, pay attention to the backgrounds in this because this is from a while ago. So, and like I said, this is on the Screen Rant YouTube channel as opposed to the Pitch Meetings channel. But yeah, here we go.
So, you have a new project for me? Yes, sir, I do. So you know how Star Wars is a thing? I sure do. That thing was super popular. So you want to talk about potentially making the best sequel of all time? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, maybe eventually. But for now, I think we need to capitalize with a TV special. Oh, keep the Star Wars brand at the top of people's minds. I like the way you think. Yeah, so Han is trying to get Chewie back to his family to celebrate Life Day. What's Life Day? A thing. Oh, things are tight. So then we're gonna see Chewie's family, and that's where we're gonna spend, you know, most of the movie. Oh, really? Yeah, we're gonna meet his dad Itchy, his wife Mala, and even his son Lumpy. Oh, a young Wookiee, what's he like? Oh, Lumpy's amazing. He looks just like a little Chewbacca, but if he wanted to eat your bone marrow. Oh my god. So yeah.
This is so ridiculous. I have sat through watching the Star Wars Holiday Special, and it's just so funny that the director tried to get rid of it. Oh my god, what is his name? I am just so bad at remembering names, yeah. That he tried to have it removed from the face of the earth, and fortunately and unfortunately he was unsuccessful.
Amala's gonna be like, "Argh," and Itchy's gonna be like, "Argh." What? And then Lumpy, let me tell you, Lumpy's gonna be like, "Argh." I don't understand. And then, of course, Itchy doesn't like that, so Itchy's like, "Argh." So are we gonna have subtitles, or what's going on? No subtitles. So then Mala's like, "Oh, okay, this is going on for a while. Oh yeah, it's gonna take a ton of time. Just Wookiees screaming at each other." Wow. So then Lumpy's gonna turn on a hologram thing and check out some little acrobats. Okay. For, you know, quite some time. They're just gonna kind of do stuff, and he's gonna watch and clap. Okay, and that's gonna happen because. Oh, actually, I meant that more as a question. Well, this is gonna be like a variety show, you know, so I'm gonna fill it with a variety of things that each go on for longer than you'd expect. Oh, it's a variety show. Okay, so like a bunch of entertaining things strung together. Exactly, it's a bunch of things strung together. How come you didn't repeat the word entertaining? Anyway, so Chewbacca.
The whole campiness of this special, like the special effects and everything, it's just, it is something, I don't recommend you watch it alone, but if you watch it with a group of people so that you can laugh at it together at how ridiculous it is, it's one of those ones that it's so bad it's good. It falls into that category for sure. George Lucas, yes, of course, that is the name.
His family are gonna have a video chat with Luke Skywalker. Oh, he was in the movie. I love him. He sure was, sir. Wow. So they're gonna ask him if he knows where Chewbacca is, and he's gonna try to break the record for the longest time gone without blinking. Oh, that sounds very unsettling. Oh, it will be. He's gonna ask Mala to give him a little smile. Well, it'll be interesting to have him join the movie and try to help find Chewie. Oh no, this is pretty much his only involvement. He's gonna be like, Chewie's stuck in traffic probably. Oh, that's it, okay. So anyway, Chewbacca's wife also has to make dinner, so she watches a cooking show. So this thing is basically incomprehensible Wookiees watching things on various screens around their house. Now you're getting it. So Mala watches this show, and let me tell you, it's hilarious. Oh, how so? Well, I figure we could take a man and dress him as a woman. Okay. So, you know, that's gonna go on for some time. Right, but what's the hilarious part? Well, I told you, there's a man dressed as a woman. Oh, that's it. Okay, I just thought there might be, you know, anything else, but that's it. Yeah, then they're also gonna watch a live stream of a man at a trading post. Weird that they have access to that through their home. Yeah, super weird. And later he's gonna come to their house. Oh, what for? Well, he's gonna give this virtual reality thing to Chewbacca's dad, and let me tell you, it's of a sensitive nature. What are you talking about? Well, Chewbacca's dad starts watching it, and there's a seductive lady on there. Uh-oh. She's gonna look at him all suggestive and stuff and be like, I am your fantasy. Over and over again, and he's just freaking out in his chair. He's loving it so much. Oh, I'm extremely uncomfortable. And she's like, I'm your pleasure. And she starts to sing. Why are you doing this? Well, I figure people deserve some answers, you know? Some answers? What do you mean? Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. Star Wars was great, but the whole time I was watching, I was just like, well, okay, but what are Chewbacca's father's fantasies, though? Yeah, I feel like you might be alone in that. Oh, I'm definitely not, because I ranted about this to a lot of people, and let me tell you, they looked very uncomfortable. Right, yeah. I'm assuming because they want to know as bad as I do. So we're saying that this fantasy is a space lady in a kaleidoscope singing about making a moment last forever. Well, you certainly are accomplishing that last part. Thank you. So what else happens? Well, some Imperial bad guys are gonna come over.
Obligatory, let's pause here to make sure that I'm transforming the content. Like, this is just, how does something like this get made? Like, I don't understand when you have, like, people who are, like, actually in the industry. Some of the actors attached to this who make spot appearance, how does something this bad gets made? Like, I also wonder the same thing about Wonder Woman 1984. Like, how can a wreck like that actually have money? Like, and with Wonder Woman 1984, that actually got released to theaters. Wow, it is really, really bad. Like, beyond belief bad. And you're just sitting there like, there are like really good actors. Okay, a good actor in there. How did nobody just take the director aside and be like, you know, my name is going to be attached to this, and well, this is a hot flaming piece of trash here. You need to do something about this. There is a pitch meeting about that, of course. I'm not going to watch that pitch meeting because it's not a Christmas pitch meeting, but I do recommend you watch the pitch meeting about it. Then you don't need to watch the movie.
looking for rebels. Oh, now it's getting interesting. And that market guy is gonna show them a music video. Okay, I was thinking we could get Jefferson Starship to perform an entire song. Oh, they have Starship in their name. That's actually perfect. Yeah. So they show them this music video as a way to distract them, or no, just to show them. Oh, okay. And then the little Wookiee's gonna watch a full tutorial for a thing that doesn't exist. I suppose that may as well happen. It will. And then he's also gonna watch a 10-minute cartoon about the rebels. He watches a cartoon about rebels while stormtroopers are in his house looking for rebels. That's right. Well, okay then. So what's the cartoon like? It's like someone watched Star Wars once months ago and then tried to draw it from memory. Wow. And then we're gonna give the fans what they've all been waiting for. Is it more Wookiee fantasies? Well, no, of course not. That's already settled. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I figure we could get B. Arthur to perform a super long song in the cantina about how the bar's gonna close down. Does that have anything to do with Chewbacca getting home for the holidays? No, sir, it doesn't. But then finally, the bad guys are gonna leave Chewie's house, but they're gonna leave one stormtrooper behind. Okay. And that's when Han and Chewie finally come back, but they have to deal with this bad guy. Is that gonna be hard to do? Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, see, Han tricks him into falling through a super fragile railing down to his death. Wow, did we establish that the railing was weak early on in the movie or something? Nope, actually we established that it's so strong a Wookiee can walk on it. Oh, so the complete opposite. Okay. Yeah. So how does this thing end? Well, then Chewbacca reconnects with his family, and he does what I guess the Wookiee equivalent is of making out with his wife. Okay, well that's gross, but it will be nice to see them spend some time at home for the holidays. And then they all light up some lanterns and teleport into space. Oh my god. And then they walk towards a portal of light wearing these robes, and they emerge at the Tree of Life. I thought I finally had a grasp on this thing. Well, to be honest, sir, I think this whole thing's gonna be a lot more enjoyable for people that are, you know, not all there as they're watching it. Oh! Yeah, now you're getting it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, not all there, like amputees. No, like people that are under the influence. Right, okay, that makes a lot more sense. So anyway, then all the heroes are there and Princess Leia sings a song. Princess Leia sings? Yeah, she basically adds some lyrics to the Star Wars theme song. So the Star Wars theme song exists within the Star Wars universe, like the characters know the theme song? I guess they do, if you say so. So what do you think? Well, to be honest, I'm not sure how people are gonna react to this. Oh, really? But on the bright side, if they don't like it, we can just pretend like it never happened, never reference it again. Yikes, okay, that sounds a little intense. Well, no, I mean, we can reference it eventually. Oh, okay, good. Like in 40 years or something. What?
Actually, I don't remember the reference in The Mandalorian to the holiday special. Might have just been like a tongue-in-cheek thing. Ugh. Yeah, there were probably a lot of people on a lot of drugs while they were making that movie. As people are like, so cocaine, lots of cocaine. And that just makes me think of Deadpool 3 in the scene where they're like, we can do a lot of things on Disney, but we can't do cocaine on screen. And they go through all the different names of it too. It's so funny. I love Deadpool 3. Morbius Dragon. Well, now I'm going to start having a Wookiee fantasy. Ew. There's just something about that it is very unsettling, the whole thing. Jet, my girlfriend left me for a Wookiee, so I guess I'll find a Wookiee that loves me more. I don't know what that is about. But yeah, in the sandbox, let me know if there's anything else you want to do, because I'm kind of running out of ideas, and I probably need to eat like a meal or something, even though it's Christmas. And I'm hoping I'm not getting sick, but I can feel it at the back of my throat, which is super annoying because I was hoping to get a lot of work done this week. In the first few days that I'm sick, I am like knocked out. Like I am not functional. But it's just so frustrating when I warn people that I'm very susceptible to catching a bug, and they don't warn me ahead of time that they're going to be in near contact with me and they're sick. So they kind of take my choice away from whether or not I want to engage. It's so frustrating. Because there's 2 potential people that have given me this bug, if that's the case, if I do end up with it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything else that you guys want to cover. I actually need to watch the clip that I clipped from TYT to see if it had some of the information I was looking for right on that clip. My brain just gets so scattered with like 12 different things I want to do at the same time, and then I just shut down because I can't figure out which one to work on, or I can't focus on just one. So instead, I don't work on any. ADHD. Because, yeah, I want to work on editing my book and then get working on making the videos of my book. Then I also want to work on the script and get it done a lot more timely than the other 2 scripts that I'm planning on, because there's still the Tim Pool, Sam Cedar section that I want to cover where they're talking about reproductive rights, and Tim Pool is hand-mating tail it. Then there's also the Anacasparian pendulum. Now that I know exactly where that pendulum lands, I should probably make the video about it. And there's a lot of stuff in it because I was going to go over her time on the PBD podcast when they were talking about, you know, the whole issue around the issue they've made of trans folks and the term birthing person and stuff. So I wanted to cover that, and it's kind of looped around relevant again because of Project 2025. So it'd be good to have those talking points, I guess, or the counter to those talking points from a birthing person that doesn't identify as a woman. Matthew the Celt, thank you for the thoughtful gift. Happy holiday, Sandy. Bobby, I think I'd rather Spaceballs. I don't think there's a pitch meeting on that. Because when it comes to like overtly like this is a comedy, like yes, the Christmas movies and stuff he'll do, but when it's like just a plain out comedy, he doesn't really do pitch meetings on those because they're already satire, so what are you going to do? John Davis, are you going to do a Left of the Box New Year's stream? Most likely. I'm hopefully I don't get sick, to have more live streams during this often break from other people doing live streams. So I won't do one tomorrow, but I'm hoping to do one the next day. So on Friday. And maybe 1 or 2 on the weekend as well. Again, it's just to fill in the void of what we normally watch. But who knows, if I'm feeling it, I might do a live stream tomorrow on Boxing Day as well. We'll see. It depends on where my energy is, especially if I'm becoming sick, which I'm very worried about. And I have a couple people I want to yell at, because then that means that I was supposed to do something the evening of the 27th that I won't be able to do if I am coming down with this bug, because it will hit at just the wrong time. And I will be way, way too sick to do that thing, which is annoying because I get paid to do that thing. Let's see. Jet, happy Hurley Boxing Day. Happy early Boxing Day. Oh, but I do need to eat, because like all I've had to eat today really was my peanut butter bagel that I had in my version of what a morning is. And I still need to go finish that stupid card game. It's so driving me crazy that I still have that one level to go. Let's see. Yeah. But I still have a gift card for Amazon that somebody gave me as a gift that I have my Amazon wish list, and there's 3 things that this gift card can cover the bulk of. And one is a luxury that I would just really like to have. And that's like the thing I'm thinking about the most. But then there are 2 practical things. And one is a vacuum cleaner, because I'm at that age where a vacuum cleaner is something that you actually would put on a wish list. Because even though I have like hard floors, I have furniture, and especially I got a couch not terribly long ago. I need a vacuum cleaner for it. When you have cats, you need a vacuum cleaner. And just with the amount of cat fur that I get around, especially with those 2, they shed like crazy. having a vacuum cleaner is handy. And so it's a cheap vacuum cleaner. But then the other thing that I think is where the money is going to go to, because it is both practical and would just make my life a lot easier right now, a new office chair. Because this one is driving me crazy because of the creaking sound it makes. I've tightened, loosened the bolts on it multiple times. I've used WD-40 on it. I've tried like all these different things to make it stop creaking. The chair is just gone. Plus the arms, there's like the arms have a bit of foam. They're that type thing, but they've like cracked and are peeling and are no longer, like I could rip off a chunk of it right now to show you what I mean, but I'd rather not. So this chair is just done. It is done. So I need a new office chair, and I have one on my wish list, so I want to get it. Because having a chair that's not creaking would be very beneficial for like when I'm doing a video essay and all that sort of stuff, so I don't have to worry about trying not to move, because I move a lot when I make videos, obviously, because I'm ADHD. So I think that's where I'm leaning towards, as opposed to, you know, the Deep Space Nine box set. Because I don't need the Deep Space Nine box set. I would just really like the Deep Space Nine box set. But I was able to rewatch the series through another means not too long ago. So it's not like I need it, but it's just when you have the box set, you get all the special features and everything that go along with it, which I would really like as well. Yeah, so those are like the three things that this gift card can cover the bulk of. So I'm like, yeah, I think I'm going to go for the chair. I think I'm going to go for the chair. Matthew the Celt asking about lint rollers. Well, I have things for like just getting the fur off, but like between the cushions, you can get a lot of buildup because I don't have a kitchen table per se. I eat on the couch type thing. So you can get crumbs and stuff that kind of build up and down into the cushions. So you have to lift the cushions to get it in that way. And again, just other furniture that I have, plus just it's easier to suck up the fur when you're sweeping. Because there can be a lot of it built up and under certain, like a cabinet or something. It can be under the cabinet and stuff. So it's just easier to do it that way. And if there's a bug that the cats haven't gotten yet, I can use the hose to get the bug. B-Cat, I haven't watched Spaceballs in forever. Either have I. I have watched it, but it's been a long ass time since I've seen it. As my chair creaks. Let's see. Morbius Dragon. I'm high as a kite, and I just might. Environmental Coffee House. I had to get a new chair this year after 9 or 10 years with my other one. I finally just said goodbye. Well, you see, for me, I like having the arms so I can lean if I want to, but I also like having a half back so that I can do this sometimes, because this is just, you know, it's a very cool looking position. It makes me look cool when I do this. Like I'm hip or something. I'm just, yeah, we're all just chilling here. This is, yeah. We're all just chilling here, right? Come on up. Come on. I know you want to come up, so just come on up. What, are you just going to sit there and look at me? Or are you going to come up while I'm in this very cool position? He like half jumped, so his two front paws went onto the front of my leg, but there we go. There we go. Ooh. It is Abernathy yet again. Let's see. But yeah, I do have a wish list linked in the description box below for anyone who's maybe interested. And I'll also keep people posted on my book. Let me just do this. For when I have it all ready, like both the video version of it that I'm doing the reading of, or I get it into the hard copy, I'll let people know. Maybe I'll do like a special release or something when the hard copy comes out. But also for people who are on any sort of social media, if you're in the chats of any other streamers that are streaming right now, I want to try to do a big push to get to 8,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And I am at, if I go to my channel, I can get the exact number. No, go there. And I go to view my channel. And then I go to here. And I don't need that. Open. And then I can go to the dashboard. So I'm currently 98 people away. So I'm at 7,902. So I'm at 98 people away from 8,000 people on my subscribe to my channel. So for Christmas, what I would like is 8,000 people subscribe to my channel. So if we can figure it out, that would be great. Oh, now people are talking about Deep Space Nine. Morbius Dragon saying Cisco is my favorite captain. John Davis, I did like Enterprise, but I could have done without the theme song. The theme song for Enterprise sucked. And for me, it ended too soon because I can understand the first 2 seasons, they weren't that great. But the 3rd season, I felt like they were really discovering their groove. And I'm like, okay, this can go on. And then it didn't. And for me, the last 3 episodes were pure... I hated them. I hated them. The last 3 episodes of Enterprise, I despised. And John Davis saying Deep Space Nine is my least favorite Star Trek show. And Morbius Dragon agreeing. For me, the character development, like the overall story arcs and stuff like that and whatnot, to me, Deep Space Nine has the most intense one. Like, it does. And they get the most real, I think. But it steps more away from, like, the socialist utopia view of Next Generation. Environmental Coffee House. My old chair cost me $400 way back when it was... ergonomic, etc. I can never afford that kind of chair now. Oof. Well, the chair on my Amazon wish list is about $100, so it's one of the things like it'll be better than what I currently have, but it's only going to last me 1 to 2 years. But a couple of my most favorite moments from the Star Trek genre are actually in Deep Space Nine. So one is there's an episode where people get love drunk. So Luxana, who is a telepath, is suffering from a condition where she projects all of her love lusting onto other people. So other people who maybe subconsciously are attracted to someone else fall like drunk love with them. And so you have Captain Sisko and you have Kira. And so Kira is dating a version of a priest, Brile. And Brile then falls in love with the second in command of Sisko, who is called Dax. And so, but Dax has fallen in love with Sisko. And so at one point in this love-drunk state, Brile goes to fight Sisko for Dax type thing. And to me, it's like one of the most real times you've seen something like this, when you have somebody with like zero combat training going up against somebody who, you know, is definitely knows how to lay it down and stuff like that. And so you see Brile just like swinging away and Sisko blocking it like, dude, you're embarrassing yourself. Like, you got to stop this. Like, to me, that is the most real moment I've seen in all of the Star Treks. Like, come on, dude, you're embarrassing yourself. Morbius Dragon. Worf is my favorite overall character. I'm glad that they brought him into Deep Space Nine and developed his character even more. And then where that ended up leading to. So that was like a super long story arc that lasted through Next Gen all the way into Deep Space Nine. Jet agreeing with me. Enterprise was great towards the end. So sad the show got cut so early. Yeah. And also to Paul. I was crushing heavily on her. The Wild West, I got myself Disney Plus for Christmas, but now Skeleton Crew won't load. I'm sure that's just a temporary glitch. I will have to watch that. I'm not up to date with all the Star Wars series. If you haven't watched Andor yet, that is a need to watch. That is a must watch. A need to watch Andor. So yeah, I'll probably watch Skeleton Crew. Like, it's just between Star Wars and the Marvel Universe, there's so many series and stuff that get thrown out there, and then some are good, some are not good, but then some are just like brilliant gems. Like Andor is just so good. And it's actually, it takes place like in the Star Wars universe, but it doesn't really have anything to do with the Jedi or the Force or anything. It's more to do with how the rebellion is started. And it's kind of really, you know, it kind of strikes a chord to now with what we're going through and how we sit back and allow this darkness to take over because we're too comfortable and whatnot. And we have a Lanier. Hello, Lanier. Hi, sweetie. People will want to see your adorable little face too. Lanier, named after a Babylon 5 character. But yeah, Andor is super relevant to today with just everything about watching fascism take over, but how that happens and how to build the resistance against it and just how real it is. And like I said, it doesn't really have much to do with the Force or anything of that sort. So if you're not necessarily a fan of Star Wars, I still recommend Andor. Because again, super relevant to what we're going through today. Like there's a speech in the last episode that just, wow. Well, there's a speech in, is it the third last episode or second last episode too? There's a monologue there that just kind of knocks you off your feet. And then in the last episode, there's another monologue that just kind of knocks you off your feet because of how relevant and real and raw they are. Matthew says DS9 has the most challenges. Not only does it step away from the Roddenberry optimism, it stays mostly in one location, no real exploration, holds major long-term religious overtones and gender flex. Emily French, I would want Dr. Bashir wanting me. Yeah, me too. Rewatching Deep Space Nine. Well, I rewatched The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine not too long ago, and I'm looking at them because I originally watched them when I was younger. And so I didn't really think, like, I had a crush on Wesley Crusher, but I didn't really think anything of the other characters. But watching it again as an adult, I'm like, all these people are so fucking sexy. Like, I'm seeing them all in a new light, and I'm like, damn, they're all hot. They're all freaking autistic, and they're hot. Like, they're all sexy in their own ways. But I'm like, between like maybe Dr. Bashir or Data, it's like, all of them are just so freaking sexy. And then Jadzia, wow. Like all of them, I'm just like, wow, like if my libido was ever lacking, all I need to do is go back to these series and I can feel it ramp up easily. Because I like smart, nerdy, autistic people. But it's like I resonate so hard with Data now because as a kid, I didn't realize my autism, but he was literally saying some things that I was normally saying that I kind of recognize as autism now, with just like this trying to understand human emotion and whatnot. Matthew saying it was a massive departure in just about every way. Yeah. Emily French loves Andor. Matthew saying DS9 introduced the Dominion and the Founders, which then had part in some of the Picard series as well. Yeah. Actually, I wouldn't mind rewatching that. Somebody lent me the Blu-rays of Picard, the 3 seasons. So I'll have to watch it again. I liked it. If I get sick, which I'm starting to think I am, the first day again will absolutely knock me on my ass. I think I'll just binge watch one of them, like the Picard series, because I won't be able to function and do anything else. Matthew saying the dynamic between Quark and Odo was perfect, and then there's also Bashir and Garak. Their dynamic, pretty hot. But then also, like, one of the most intense episodes that I can think of was in Deep Space Nine, and in the first season too, and that was the one about the genocide, where the one Cardassian changed his appearance to be the worst person, the worst Cardassian ever, to just hold some accountability and stuff. Oh my God, that episode hit so hard now. And there was like another episode, I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but I remember rewatching it being like, wow, this has so much more resonance today than it did back then. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but there was another episode where it's just like, wow, it's a gut punch now. Like an absolute gut punch. Trying to think of which one it is. But yeah, just amazing, amazing stuff. The Wild West, I think my favorite DS9 character is Kira, but I haven't watched since it aired. Yeah, she was pretty kick-ass. Just don't look up what happened to the actors of Deep Space Nine since. Not to give it away or anything, but what's really sad about Deep Space Nine is they can't really do a redo, like a remake or a later in life type thing, because a lot of the cast members have passed away, which is really sad. Oh, one of the other moments that really, I think, resonates was when Ezri Dax was talking to Worf about the Klingon Council. And she was really trying to talk some sense into him about it because he was so loyal to it and would do anything for it, even though the council had thrown him under the bus time and time again. And she just really sat down with him and was like, when was the last time you respected anyone on that council? And since the answer is never, pretty much for a long, long time, then what good is that council? Like, then why do you still support it? Like, that council deserves to be torn down if it's just full of these people. And it's like, yeah, it hit hard. John Davis, Rogue One is arguably the best Star Wars film. Yeah, I won't argue that. So arguably the best Star Wars film, but I'm not going to argue that. Emily French loved Data's unfiltered truth saying, yeah. Morbius Dragon, I still have all my Star Trek action figures from back in the day. I have a lot of Star Trek stuff too. Some script books, which are neat. But also there's an amusement park in Ontario called Canada's Wonderland, and it's the biggest amusement park in Canada. And it was bought by Paramount at one point. And so there was like a Star Trek gift store in it that I loved going to. And they had like a Star Trek day one day. So you could go and get pictures of yourself on the transporter pad with a character. Like no known characters, but people just dressed up as like Klingons or Cardassians or Bajorans or something. And you could go in there and it was so cool. I loved it. I was just like in so much heaven at that point. I loved it so hard. John Davis, best Star Trek villains, the Borg. The Wild West, that happened to Babylon 5 too, talking about the amount of cast members that passed away. Yeah, super sad. But there's a number of them that have passed away since. It was on John Davis. We're Star Trek villains, the Ferengi. They took a developing twist because the first types of Ferengi were very different than what Ferengi ended up as. Not to mention, the first time the Ferengi are introduced, Deanna could sense their emotions, but then it was later established that their brains were too complex for that sort of thing. Matthew the Celt, I love when Quark fought the council on behalf of the Klingon lady's family. And Jet saying Quark saved the Ferengi from being a complete joke. Yeah. Well, the Ferengi had a good story arc within Deep Space Nine on what happened to their planet and everything. John Davis, I used to have Star Trek action figures and Space 1999 action figures as well. I remember they used to replay the black and white of that late at night, and I would watch that. I would stay up late at night, watch that. Space 1999. I'd eat chocolate chip cookies and stay up late at midnight to watch them. Then there was the movie Lost in Space. Oh, Space 1999 is different than Lost in Space, which I've seen way back in the day. Oh, okay. I think I'm running out of steam. I have been at this for 4 hours. It was never going to be a 6-hour-long live stream today because we also have Left Past 10 starting in just an hour, in just under an hour. And so everyone can go watch that and bug everyone to shout my channel out so that I can get up to 8,000 viewers or subscribers by the end of the year. The Wild West, I used to have the original Star Wars action figures, but sold them at a garage sale so I could get a pogo ball instead. I was such a dumb kid. You never know what's going to be valuable later on, unfortunately, because I have a lot of Star Wars Episode 1 memorabilia. Although, to be fair, Darth Maul, freaking love that character. I love him so much. Anyway, I should probably get going, so I'll do the rest of this stuff. But you guys all know this. I don't, it's habit, I guess, for maybe, the one random person who hasn't seen the end of one of these. But it's just habit to put these up. It's a good routine to stay in. But I hope you guys have had a happy break from your routines. Majority Report will be coming back. I think they said January 2nd. And I'm sure they'll have a lot to cover in that time. Just some horrific news coming out of the States right now. Stuff that I didn't want to cover today, obviously. And, yeah. But I just wanted to have a place for people to come and socialize and be with others today, so that you don't feel as lonely. And I will be doing, I don't know if I'll do a live stream tomorrow, but I will do one. Well, wait a sec. When is the 27th? Because I won't be able to do one on the 27th. So the 20, oh. Okay, so I might do a live stream tomorrow because I won't be able to do one on the 27th. I'm busy in the evening of the 27th, so it would have to be a very early day stream. But then I would need enough time in between to decompress to get ready for the other thing. And if I'm sick, I don't know if I'll be able to pull that off. And if I'm sick, I probably won't be doing that thing that I'm going to be doing that evening. So I might do another live stream tomorrow that will be a little bit more newsy based. Yeah, and again, if anyone can find those clips that I'm looking for, at me on Twitter with them or email LeftoftheBox@gmail.com with the links. And I will be super appreciative of that so that I can get working on that script so I can release it first thing next year. Yeah, but, again, if you become patron, it helps a lot. All these things help a lot. Oh, have I showed you guys recently my drawing for all people who haven't been here recently? I finished my drawing of my one cat that I love showing off and totally distracting myself from ending this. All right, I have to turn off all the lights for this one, so you're not seeing the glare. There we go. I can draw like this and still nobody other than my mom has given me money for it. Focus, there we go. Cool. Ugh. I have a political drawing I want to start on next. That's a little bit more abstract, so I'll get doing that too. But yeah, thank you for the compliments of my artwork. I actually want to see if there's any like art competitions to enter it. Not that I would win, I wouldn't, because in any sort of artistic competition, there's behind the scenes politics going on. And if I come in as somebody they don't know and I don't fit into the group, then you just don't win. But it'd be a way to get my name out there and stuff and whatnot, and just for the experience and say I did. But yeah, I can draw like that and still my only paying customer has been my mom. It is what it is. But my next drawing is a political drawing that I'm hoping I can pull off. I don't know, because it's not like a photorealistic drawing like that. It's a little bit more abstract. So I'm hoping I can pull it off. And if I can, it's actually a very disturbing drawing. John Davis, I do not have the vocabulary to describe the beauty of that drawing. Well, I think you just kind of nailed it right there. Because the nice thing about, like, the thing about this drawing is there's actual, like, real emotion to it. Like, the camera doesn't capture it all. Like, I want to have an art show just so people can see my artwork and I can see them see my artwork. Because I take a picture of it. Like, even the professional imagery that I get done, when you share it online, like on the computer screen, like there's the glowing background, like they're always glowing and stuff. It's not the same as seeing it with your own eyeballs and being able to examine it at different distances and stuff. Because no matter what you do, when it's online, it's pixelated. Like if you go down to a certain depth and stuff. So to actually be able to see it with your own eyeballs is quite the thing. But I only really discovered this talent during COVID, so I've never been able to have an art show. Not to mention, with art shows, I have to have them all framed ahead of time, and that takes a lot of money to get the frames for everything. But yeah, my next drawing is a political drawing. Fingers crossed I can pull it off, and if I can, it's going to hit hard. Emily French, I hope everyone has a peaceful holiday break. Pray for us. Yeah. John Martinez, I made a promise a while back. I want to keep it. I want to purchase your art. Can you draw Emilio Zapata, my greatest human hero? What are you getting into, Abernathy? Is that an actor? That sounds like an actor. I'm a little bit... When it comes to drawing public figures, I'm a little reluctant to do that. Like an actor or something, like, unless it's requested by somebody who is like a direct family member or friend. Because, like, I've done the drawings of Sam Cedar, Michael Brooks, one from Dan from the internet, but, you know, I didn't know Michael Brooks, but, you know, we're in the circles and I did those drawings for people close to him, the original ones. And, like, I've met Sam and I know Dan, so that's one thing. So, but I feel a little reluctant to do a drawing of someone, like a political figure or an actor or something that isn't directly tied to another person. Something about making money off, I don't know. It's like making money off of their likeness or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. It's a weird thing, but it is. Let's see. Who needs a printer? We have Sandy, says Miss Man. Oh, it would take a printer far less time to do that. Matthew, that's really as in extremely well done. Meow Guns Opus? I don't think I said that right. John Martinez, please don't start on it until I send you the $500 one day. Do the conversion. It's not $500 for you. If somebody wants to pay me 500 American for one of these drawings, I'm not exactly going to say no, but it's not $500 for you. B-Cat, I have no doubt you can pull it off after seeing your Michael Brooks drawing. John Martinez, he was an indigenous Mexican revolutionary who took the land back from the racist owners and gave it back to the indigenous people. He, oops, jumped a bit. He was and remains a Mexican hero to this day. Okay, someone like that. Yeah, somebody like that I could see myself doing. So with that one, it was just the challenge would be getting a high quality photograph. But yeah, if it's somebody like that, I could see doing it. But if it's just like somebody wants a picture of Ryan Reynolds, that would be like, why? Or if somebody wanted a picture of Kamala Harris that wasn't part of the game, like, why? I don't know. It just, I'm like, when I might lighten up on some of those things, it's a personal thing. But for like some sort of like revolutionary figure or something like that, I could see myself doing that for somebody who is inspired by them. But the trick would be getting a high enough quality photo that I could use as a reference. Because don't tell her, but I'm also planning on doing a drawing of Olimey. Because I really appreciate her and all she's done when it comes to the online space and whatnot, and just her support of trans folks and whatnot. Miss Ma'am, 500 USD equals $715 Canadian. Yeah. Uh-huh. The Wild West, draw me Deadpool, lol, lol. I'm such a fan, though, of the Deadpool series and Ryan Reynolds, so it's, you know, it is what it is. John Martinez, a high-quality photo wouldn't be easy. He died in 1990. Yeah, that's, I was thinking it's probably a historical figure. At 39, he was assassinated, but I can look for a decent one. Yeah. Like, I'd have to see the photos to get a good idea, because the thing is if somebody's going to pay that much money for a portrait, I want it to be representative. Like, I want it to be worth that money. And if I'm working from a picture that isn't the greatest detail, then it's hard for me to feel like it'd be worth it. Because I don't want, like, that's the thing, I don't want to just do a copy of a picture. And so in order for it to not be a copy of the picture, I need it to be higher detailed. And then that way I can really add in the emotion and some of the context and make it feel more alive, as opposed to here's a copy of a picture that's kind of not high quality. A way that might help with that is if I don't know if he had any relatives, any descendants. Because if he had a descendant that has a resemblance to him, I could try to merge it to see if that would help. So yeah, that's usually the thing. But you know, there are some pictures from way back when that are still pretty decent quality. So it all depends, yeah. Choky, hi Sandy and folks. Wasn't going to join as thought you were going to wrap it up, but that made me laugh. B-Cat, oh my god, Sandy, I'm thrilled. Is that about my drawing that I was planning on doing? Well, I want to get the political drawing first, and then it would be Olimey. That's the order that I have it in my head. So Choky saying Zapata, I'm not sure I'm saying that right, was awesome. Don't know that much about him though. And John Martinez saying he is my hero. He is someone as a Mexican I want to be, but won't ever live up to this day. He is revered. Yeah. And welcome to the chat, Choky. Just in time to watch me sign off eventually. Oh, and another trick with a photo from a long time ago is if you want, especially for somebody that might have particular clothing, like symbolic clothing, if the picture doesn't show it well, if you can find another picture of that clothing in the same type of angle, that would also help. So John Martinez saying, found a great quality picture of him on Wikipedia. It's the very first image you see on his page. Yeah. So with that type of thing, the only thing you'd have to check the copyright issues, if there's any sort of copyright issues with that. Because if I'm duplicating somebody else's work, that could be an issue. It's from so long ago, I don't think that would be an issue though. But that's like another reason why in today's day and age, I'd be a little bit more hesitant to do that. Like, I feel bad because one drawing that I did of Michael Brooks was from an official photo that was online that I grabbed. But like the ones that I've done recently of Sam Cedar, the other Michael Brooks drawings were screen grabs from the videos. And the same with like Dan from the internet. It was a screen. Well, actually, that particular image didn't exist. I had to compile a bunch to get that particular image. Because if it's a screen grab from a video, that's fine. But if I'm duplicating somebody else's work, there could be copyright issues if I'm then to sell it. But this is from so long ago, I doubt that would be an issue. So I can look on the Wikipedia page. Well, actually, why not just look at the... I swear the stream was coming to an end. Let's see. So, okay. Emilio? From 1914. Oh yeah, that's definitely high quality enough for that picture. Definitely. Yeah, and John Martinez saying it's definitely public domain. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Wish it was in color though. It's actually easier for me to draw from color, but no, this is definitely high quality enough. I could definitely do it. Because the thing when it's in color is then I can distinguish, because I make choices with the artwork when I'm doing it still. And when it's black and white, sometimes different colors can look the same shade. So it's harder to distinguish, but it looks like there's enough distinction in this picture that oops, not this one. Let's do this one. Yeah, it looks like that there's enough distinction in this picture that it shouldn't be a problem at all. To do this. As my artistic eyeballs are examining it. Shouldn't be a problem. John Davis, your stream will end at midnight. No, it will end sooner than that, because Left Past 10 is starting in just over a half hour. I still have a Lanier on my lap. He can stay on my lap longer because he's lighter. He's not a big kitty. Abernathy is a big kitty, but Lanier is not. People wondering where Looney Tunes 9000 is, yeah. I don't know, maybe they have some sort of Christmas thing to do. Just making sure I've caught everyone's super chats. Looks like it. So for people who are maybe just joining the stream now, please go back and watch the whole thing. But there are a couple parts where I go through about some clips that I'm trying to get for a video. If you could help me find them, that would be super helpful. There's Looney Tunes 9000. Lurkin Tunes 9000. Big Cat Loons, you're like Beetlejuice. Meteorologist, LOL. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, all this stuff. Again, only if you have the money. Don't spend money on me you don't have or you need for yourself. Let's see. This cat is adorable. But yeah, I also have my Amazon wish list. It's that time of year. If you have money and you want to show your appreciation that year, I appreciate it. I try to put a range of things. I'm not expecting anyone to buy the $1,200 laptop. It's not. Wish is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that part of the list there. But I try to put a range of things on there for people who maybe only have enough for a one-time thing and you want to show your appreciation that way. And really, I only do that because I feel weird doing it, but I only do it because I know that's what I like to do for others. So, you know, when I have the extra cash, if they need help, I like to send them some money through PayPal, or if they have a wish list, get them something off their wish list, because, you know, it's all about helping each other out on these sorts of things. You know, supporting each other, being there for each other. So I might do a stream tomorrow. If I do on Friday, it's going to be earlier in the day, which would mean I have to set my alarm to get up. But I could be coming down with something, so then that would rule out pretty much both days. But I will try to get a couple more in and probably do like a New Year's Day stream as well. All that sort of stuff. But the goal is to try to get to 8K subscribers by the end of this year, and I'm 98 away from that. So please, on other channels, shout me out lots so that I can get there and get that little goal. So I need to eat, I need to drink, and do all that sort of stuff. And we can all take a little bit of a break before Left Past 10 is on. So, you see, when I officially switch over to this screen, you know I'm being serious about ending the stream. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, and this is Lanier. I don't know if you can hear him purring. Wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.